Chapter 2352. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a true emperor. Wu Xiu was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming, and even kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overestimating himself, and dared to fight him head-on. Wu Xiu increased his strength to the maximum. He wanted to injure Lu Ming severely. Boom. Their fists and palms collided fiercely. Boom. Kacha. When the two people's fists and palms collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Amidst the boom, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Your strength. Wu Xiu's body retreated as he roared in disbelief. He clashed head-on with Lu Ming, but he was no match for him. Lu Ming broke the bones in his hand with one punch. The terrifying power was like an avalanche, forcing him to retreat. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming was only a true emperor. His cultivation did not increase at all. How could his strength increase so much in just a month? Wu Xiu's mind could not wrap itself around it. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Wu Xiu's shock, Lu Ming launched a sure-kill attack. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly. In an instant, it vibrated at least 1 billion times. In an instant, 1 billion times. This was a terrifying frequency. Lu Ming's muscles and space vibrated, producing a terrifying driving force. Lu Ming's figure instantly dashed toward Wu Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Then Lu Ming punched out. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch. The fist broke through space and pierced through the void, heading towards Wu Xiu's small world. Not good. Wu Xiu's hair stood on end. At this moment he felt the threat of death. However, it was too late for him to counterattack. He could only retreat quickly and set up layers of defense around his body. Boom. Lu Ming's fist accurately struck Wu Xiu's dantian. An incomparably terrifying force rushed into Wu Xiu's dantian. The power of the great path that covered Wu Xiu's body was instantly torn apart by Lu Ming's power. The surging power bombarded Wu Xiu's small world. Rumble. Wu Xiu's small world shook crazily, and dense cracks appeared. Then the entire small world exploded. Wu Xiu's body flew out like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak, creating a large crater. Wu Xiu lay in the pit and screamed crazily. No, 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 Wu Xiu roared as he vomited blood. He found it hard to accept that his small world had been shattered by Lu Ming. With his small world shattered, his cultivation base was completely crippled. Furthermore, he would not be able to live for long. On the other side, Wu Bo was dumbstruck as well. From when Lu Ming and Wu Xiu fought to when Wu Xiu was crippled, only a split second had passed. It was extremely short. In an instant, Wu Xiu was crippled. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked coldly at Wu Bo previously. He had purposely revealed his true Emperor Realm cultivation base to make Wu Xiu and Wu Bo careless. This way, he would be able to cripple one of them in an instant. If Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were to join forces, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat them. However, it would be difficult to kill both of them. However, now that Lu Ming had crippled one of them, it would be much easier to deal with the other. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated as he charged towards Wu Bo. Wu Bo was prepared. With a roar, he unleashed all his might. His palms bombarded Lu Ming continuously. His seemingly transparent palms pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's fists were constantly punching out. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds of punches, clashing with Wu Bo. The two exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Then Wu Bo's body retreated and he vomited blood. His palms and arms were completely deformed. The bones inside had been shattered by Lu Ming. Wu Bo's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. He couldn't care less about Wu Xiu now. You want to run? Do you think you can? Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles and bones vibrated. With the help of the 6 feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed completely surpassed Wu Bo's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming caught up to Wu Bo and threw out a punch. Wu Bo's arms were broken and he couldn't block it. He wanted to dodge, but his speed wasn't as fast as Lu Ming. The punch landed on his head, and his head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed into ashes by Lu Ming's fist. Wu Bo was dead. Puff. Lu Ming reached out his hand and grabbed Wu Bo's dantian. He took out a piece of the realm core from his dantian. The realm core of an emperor realm core was a rare treasure. It contained powerful energy. Then Lu Ming took Wu Bo's storage ring and walked towards Wu Xiao. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Xiao knew that he was going to die, so he cursed crazily. Haha, what a joke. You brought this on yourselves. We could have split the liquid flame. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was their savior. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been torn apart by the crows when they first entered the Void Sacred Island. However, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo weren't grateful to Lu Ming. They even coveted Lu Ming's treasures and attacked him. Now that they were defeated by Lu Ming, they cursed Lu Ming with resentment. Wasn't that a joke? Ha ha ha. Wu Xiao laughed. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming was right. They brought this on themselves. If they hadn't been greedy, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only that, they would have gotten some of the liquid flame. They had brought all of this upon themselves. He punched out and a fist energy engulfed Wu Xiao. When the fist energy disappeared, Wu Xiao turned into ashes. His previous punch had shattered Wu Xiao's small world and destroyed his heart of the world at the same time. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. After putting away Wu Xiao's storage ring, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left this place. Lu Ming kept flying. He only came to a stop after flying for 1,000,000 miles. The origin chi here was very rich. Lu Ming opened up a cave on a mountain peak. After flying into the cave, he sealed the entrance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave and began to comprehend the laws. Now Lu Ming wanted to comprehend new laws. Which of the remaining 7 strongest laws should I comprehend first? Lu Ming pondered. The remaining 7 strongest laws were destiny, space-time, reincarnation, primordial chaos, nothingness, eternity, and karma. Of these 7, the strongest was undoubtedly the destiny law. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to comprehend the destiny law for the time being. The destiny law was the most difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming planned to comprehend the other laws first, and leave the destiny law for last. After a while, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the primordial chaos law first. Chapter 2353. After his primordial chaos laws reached a certain level of maturity, Lu Ming planned to comprehend samsara laws. When he first met Samsara Emperor, Lu Ming had experienced samsara and had a deep impression of samsara laws. It would be relatively easier for Lu Ming to comprehend these 2 laws. After making up his mind, Lu Ming began to comprehend. His dantian shone, and a small world slowly emerged. Finally, it appeared above Lu Ming's head. The small world looked only 1 meter in size, but upon closer inspection, the mountains and lakes inside were faintly visible. On a vast plain, an ancient tree of enlightenment pierced through the clouds. Now the enlightenment ancient tree was nearly 800 meters tall. Cultivating under the enlightenment ancient tree was very effective. Lu Ming's soul condensed in the small world and sat cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tree. This way, the small world and the outside world were connected. The power of laws from the outside world poured into Lu Ming's small world, and the enlightenment ancient tree's function could be unleashed. In this way, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending the laws had increased greatly. In just a few days, Lu Ming's comprehension of primordial chaos laws had already reached a rudimentary level. The reason why it was so fast was that primordial chaos laws and primordial chaos laws were extremely similar and had similarities. The second was because Lu Ming's current realm was high. He had already cultivated 9 types of laws to the 3rd realm and could fuse different supreme laws. This meant that Lu Ming's understanding and application of laws had already reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending other laws was much faster than before. With all kinds of advantages stacked, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was very fast. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's control of primordial chaos laws also improved rapidly. In just 2 months, Lu Ming cultivated primordial chaos laws to the 2nd realm. During this time, Lu Ming also tried to fuse primordial chaos laws with other supreme laws. Otherwise, Lu Ming's speed would be even faster. Half a year later, Lu Ming had already comprehended the primordial laws to the limits of the 2nd stage. At this time, Lu Ming began to comprehend the samsara laws. Lu Ming's speed of comprehending 2 types of laws at the same time slowed down. At the same time, he had to comprehend while trying to fuse the different laws together. Even so, after a year of seclusion, Lu Ming still managed to cultivate the samsara law to the second level. Furthermore, the primordial chaos law and the samsara law could already fuse with other supreme laws to form new mystique techniques. Without using his physical body, Lu Ming's strength had also increased greatly. After all, it was an ultimate law. Every time he comprehended one more law, after forming a divine ability, Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. Lu Ming was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting everything. To him, cultivating here was the greatest opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. If he were to cultivate outside, he would need dozens of times more time. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for dozens of years. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping, and continued to comprehend. Not far from where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion, 3 figures were rapidly fleeing. If Lu Ming saw them, he would definitely be shocked. This was because one of them was Emperor Wu Xiang. The other 2 were the Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Emperor. At this time, they were being pursued. The 3 of them were injured. Their bodies were dyed red with blood, especially Emperor Tianhua. His face was pale, and his aura was unstable. He was the most injured. The 3 of them flew quickly, but there were some figures chasing after them. The ones chasing after them were the experts of the foreign races. You can't escape. You'll definitely die. One of the foreign races shouted coldly. Go, don't stop. If we're lucky and meet the experts of the heaven field, we might be saved. Emperor Wu Xiang shouted. He and Emperor Han Tian carried Emperor Tianhua and flew quickly. However, their speed was reduced and the foreign races slowly caught up to them. One fled while the other chased. They were approaching the area where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Kill. There were a total of 5 foreign races behind them. One of them was a 2-star Great Emperor, while the other 4 were 1-star Great Emperors. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 3 were 1-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the 2-star Great Emperor was the fastest. He quickly closed in on Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. His third eye shot out a ray of destructive light that turned into a battle sword and slashed at the 3 of them. Emperor Wu Xiang had no choice but to stop. He unsheathed his battle sword and slashed out. Clang! 2 rays of sword light collided. Emperor Wu Xiang's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. Although Emperor Wu Xiang had reached the limit of a 1-star Great Emperor, there was still a large gap between him and a 2-star Great Emperor. Go quickly! Emperor Wu Xiang roared. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The 2-star Great Sovereign said coldly, and launched another attack at Emperor Wu Xiang. I'll help you, Emperor Han Tian said. He charged at Emperor Wu Xiang, and the 2 of them joined forces to fight against their opponents. Even so, they were still no match for their opponents. They were forced to retreat, and were at a disadvantage. The other 4 1-star Great Emperors had arrived and surrounded them. They were in a desperate situation. I never thought that the 3 of us would die here today. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 looked at each other and sighed. However, they wouldn't give up so quickly. Even if they had to put their lives on the line, they still had to fight. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed the commotion outside a mountain not far away and ended his cultivation. There's a huge battle outside. Wait, this aura. Lu Ming began to murmur. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. There were 3 auras outside that Lu Ming was extremely familiar with. Immediately, 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tianhua. However, hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor used the Gate of the Realm to send some of the foreign race Great Emperors into the Heaven Realm in order to solve the problem of the foreign races? Hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor also entered the Heaven Realm? Why would they appear here? Many thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't have much time to think. Lu Ming entered his dantian with a thought. His muscles shook and Lu Ming charged out. Boom! The mountain exploded and debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming charged out of the mountain and stood in the sky. The commotion here naturally alerted Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 Great Emperors and the evil god tribe. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were stunned when they saw him. Lu Ming? The three of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never expected to see Lu Ming here. This was the Void Sacred Island. Only great emperors could enter. They had actually bumped into Lu Ming here. Had Lu Ming broken through to the Great Emperor realm? Wasn't that too fast? Chapter 2354. Another human. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 5 evil god tribe emperors. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura exploded. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. This was because Lu Ming's aura was that of a true emperor. Just a true emperor? The 5 evil god tribe emperors couldn't help but show disdain. If he was just a true emperor, how strong could he be even if he could enter this place? Someone has come to die. One of the evil god tribe emperors sneered. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, go. 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 Don't worry about us. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 shouted anxiously. With Lu Ming's talent, his future was limitless. They couldn't implicate Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was relaxed. 3 Deans, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, walking toward Emperor Wu Xiang and the rest. Lu Ming, go. Go. Emperor Wu Xiang was even more anxious. No worries. It won't be too late to leave after I kill these foreign races. Lu Ming chuckled as if these foreign races were lambs that could be killed at any time. Arrogant. A true emperor wants to kill us? In my opinion, he's just bluffing. I'll kill him. A 1-star evil god tribe emperor stepped out and forced his way towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The eyes of martial monarch Wu Xiang and the others flickered with doubt. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't be so arrogant. He must have something to rely on. Could it be that puppet? A thought flashed across Emperor Wu Xiang's mind. Back then, he had seen Lu Ming use that puppet to defeat the great emperor of the He family. Die. The great emperor of the evil god tribe held a mace in his hand and swung it toward Lu Ming. Wang. Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and his body burst out. In an instant he appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. Bang. Under this punch, the opponent did not have the slightest ability to resist, and was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's violent strength. His body exploded into pieces. 1 punch, instant kill. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua were stunned. The other members of the evil god tribe were also stunned. A 1-star great monarch was instantly killed by a single punch. What kind of battle prowess was this? Even an ordinary 2-star martial monarch would not be able to do that. Kill. Lu Ming let out an explosive bellow. His speed exploded to the extreme as he charged toward the remaining members of the evil god tribe. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the other party. Let's join hands and kill him. The 2-star great emperor from the evil god race roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. The other members of the evil god tribe also launched attacks. Attack. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Hun Tian also attacked. Their attacks were directed at the 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe, so that he could not attack Lu Ming with his full strength. Boom. 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 Lu Ming continuously punched out. The terrifying fist force brought about a violent spatial storm that drowned a few members of the evil god tribe. Bang. 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 The 3 1-star Emperor Realm evil god tribesmen directly exploded. Not even their corpses remained. Nothing was left behind. How is this possible? The remaining 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe roared in disbelief. A true emperor killing great emperors like chopping vegetables. How was this possible? Of course, this was just Lu Ming's cover-up. His law system was only at the true emperor realm, but his physical body was already at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong a true emperor was, he would not be able to kill a great emperor so easily. Of course, this was also Lu Ming's intention. He purposely concealed his aura to shock the evil god tribe. This way, his battle prowess would naturally weaken. Kill. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and charged towards the 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe. The fate of this evil god tribe member was already decided. Lu Ming alone was enough to kill him. In addition, with the help of Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua, This evil god tribe member would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Ming continuously punched out. 9-colored light flashed, and he was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing his opponent. Bang! Bang! The terrifying fist force landed on the evil god tribe member, breaking his bones and tendons. In the end, his body exploded. After Lu Ming made his move, the 5 members of the evil god tribe were all killed in an instant. This, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Hun Tian exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming had something to rely on, and that he had a powerful external force. That was why he was so calm. They did not expect Lu Ming to rely on his own combat ability to kill 5 members of the evil god tribe. The key was that this was a complete suppression. He killed the 5 members of the evil god tribe as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Compared to when he killed Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, Lu Ming's strength had increased by a little. Reincarnation law and primordial law had already reached a certain level. After merging them, it was naturally easier for him to kill ordinary 2-star great emperors. 3 Deans, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming walked over and cupped his fists. Back then, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Hun Tian had established the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Their purpose was to nurture the geniuses of the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. They were selfless. Back then, Lu Ming had also received a lot of help in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Otherwise, he might not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, he was still very respectful to the 3 Deans. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that in just over 20 years, your battle strength has already reached such a level. You are already far above us. Emperor Hun Tian sighed, feeling a lot of emotions. Over 20 years was just a snap of the fingers for a great emperor. Back then, when they first met Lu Ming, although Lu Ming's talent was very high, in their eyes, he was just a little guy. There was still a boundless distance between him and the great emperor realm. But now Lu Ming's strength was actually above them. They would never have dreamed that. Of course, they were also happy for Lu Ming's achievements. If it weren't for the guidance of the 3 Deans back then, how could Lu Ming have today's achievements? Lu Ming smiled and said, Deans, back then when you entered the gate of world viewing, where did you appear? Why did you come to the Void Divine Island? Lu Ming asked. We were lucky. When we entered the gate of world viewing, we happened to appear in the Taiqing Heaven Domain. Those great Emperor Realm foreign tribes were also killed by the experts of the Taiqing Heaven Domain. Emperor Hun Tian explained. Later on, things were simple. Emperor Wu Xiang found Emperor Hun Tian and Emperor Tian Hua. The 3 of them cultivated together. And when the Void Divine Island appeared, the 3 of them teamed up to explore. We were quite lucky when we entered the Void Divine Island. We found some fortunate encounters and treasures, but some time ago, when we were about to go to the Void Divine Pagoda, we encountered these foreign tribes and were chased by them. Emperor Wu Xiang explained. The Void Divine Pagoda? Lu Ming was startled. He was a little curious. Chapter 2355. The Void Divine Pagoda is an ancient building on the Void Divine Island. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't know, Emperor Wu Xiang explained. The Void Divine Island was the dojo of a supreme existence. Naturally, there were many ancient ruins and buildings on it. Many of them were left behind by the Supreme Existence's disciples. Usually they would contain some treasures. The Void Divine Pagoda was a famous building in a large area. The evil god tribe and the Heaven World's experts discovered it at the same time. Now both sides were fighting for control of the Void Divine Pagoda. Many people heard the news and rushed to the Void Divine Pagoda. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 also heard the news and rushed there. They didn't expect to meet the evil god tribe halfway and be chased down. I see. After hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. To be honest, he had been on the Void Divine Island for more than a year and hadn't seen this building. He couldn't help but be curious. Lu Ming, do you want to take a look together? There might be many treasures inside. There might even be heavenly Dao soldiers. Emperor Wu Xiang said. At the mention of heavenly Dao soldiers, even the eyes of Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were burning. Heavenly Dao soldiers were too precious. Even heavenly emperors would fight for them. How could ordinary people not be moved? Okay, I've been in seclusion for this period of time. I was thinking of walking around. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two led the way. The group of four headed in the direction of the Void Divine Pagoda. Their luck wasn't bad. For a few days, they didn't meet the evil god tribe. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw a huge pagoda. It seemed to be made of bronze. It pierced the sky and reached into the clouds. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the bottom of the pagoda, they saw a large number of figures. On one side, there were more than 100 people from the evil god tribe. On the other side, there were more than 100 people from the heaven world. These were all heavenly emperors. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Ming and the others looked around and saw that the bottom of the pagoda was full of potholes. There were traces of a great battle. They even saw the corpses of the evil god tribe and the heaven world. It was clear that a huge battle had taken place not long ago. When Lu Ming's group of four arrived, many people's gazes fell on them. Lu Ming, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found an acquaintance in the crowd. Lan Jie was a great emperor of the Lan family. Previously, he was defeated by Lu Ming at the drill ground of the Two-World City. There were a few other people standing next to Lan Jie. They looked at Lu Ming coldly, and their eyes flickered with killing intent. Are they all from the Lan family? Lu Ming guessed. As soon as they saw him, they revealed killing intent. Lu Ming guessed that those people were probably from the Lan family or the Yan family. Lu Ming ignored him. Together with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two, he flew toward the crowd in the heaven realm and joined them. Some people were delighted. After all, the more people there were in the heaven realm, the stronger they would be. Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a door in the pagoda. The door was tightly shut and did not open. Lu Ming and the others asked around and found out that there were formations around the door. Previously, both sides had attacked the pagoda, but they did not manage to break through. Later, the heaven realm and the evil god tribe had a conflict. Both sides fought, but their strength was about the same. There was no clear victor. Swish. Swish. Not long after Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A few figures flew over. They were from the evil god tribe. Clearly, people from both sides had heard the news and rushed over. As time passed, the number of people on both sides increased, but they did not attack. Both sides were about the same in strength, so they had their reservations. Just like that, the tense atmosphere lasted for 7 to 8 days. Everyone from the heaven realm, if this goes on, none of us will be able to enter the pagoda. How about this? Let's work together and break open the door of the pagoda. After we enter the pagoda, we'll decide the victor. At this moment, a burly evil god tribe member stepped out and spoke. On the heaven realm side, many people looked at each other and asked for each other's opinion. I think it's feasible. If this goes on, it will only be a waste of time. It won't be too late to kill the other races after we enter the pagoda. A middle-aged man in blue robes said. This person was an expert from the Lan family. It was said that his cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star great emperor. He was one of the top experts in the heaven realm. I think it's feasible too. Another 3-star great emperor said. Soon, both sides came to an agreement. They were prepared to break open the door of the pagoda first. Both sides took a direction and started to attack from afar. Swish. 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 Attacks broke through the void and blasted toward the door of the pagoda. There were a few hundred great emperors on both sides. When they attacked together, the momentum was extremely shocking. Hundreds of attacks blasted toward the door. However, when these attacks were about to land on the door lit up. Strange patterns appeared on it, forming a light barrier. Boom. Boom. When those attacks landed on the light barrier, they were all blocked by it. The light barrier kept on vibrating, but it was not broken. Continue. Someone shouted. Everyone continued to attack. On the evil god tribe side, almost all of them used their third eye to attack. Beams of destructive light turned into all kinds of weapons and beasts that pounced toward the door. On the heaven realm side, there were all kinds of magical skills. The great Tao intertwined, dazzling and colorful. All kinds of magical skills dazzled Lu Ming. That great array was absolutely shocking. With so many great emperors attacking it together, it actually did not break open in a short time. However, that light barrier was vibrating violently. It seemed like it would not be able to hold on for long. Crack! A short moment later, cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Numerous cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Boom! In the end, the light barrier exploded. Attacks landed on the door of the huge pagoda. Boom! 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 The door shook. However, the strange thing was that with so many attacks, the huge pagoda did not shake at all. It was as stable as a rock. Creak. Then, under the attacks of so many people, the door slowly opened. After a while, the door was completely open. However, behind the door was a blur. They could not see what was behind the door. Go in. Someone from the evil god tribe shouted and rushed in. Let's go in too. The people from the heaven realm shouted. They all soared into the air and rushed toward the door. Lu Ming and the others also blended into the crowd and rushed in. Hundreds of people rushed through the door in an instant. After Lu Ming and the others rushed through the door, they felt as if they had passed through a blurry wall. Then they appeared in an empty space. Crack! After they entered, the door closed automatically. Chapter 2356. This place is. After everyone entered the huge pagoda, they were shocked when they saw what was in front of them. This was because the situation here was very different from what they had imagined. Originally, they thought that after entering the huge pagoda, they would arrive at the interior of the pagoda. But looking ahead, it was extremely spacious. In front of them, there were overlapping mountains. On top of the mountains, there were many huge palaces. This place did not look like the interior of a huge pagoda at all. Instead, it looked like a paradise. There is definitely a great opportunity here. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw that runes had appeared in the sky. Those runes were like runes, and they emitted a resplendent light. Then a young man who looked to be in his teens appeared. There's actually someone here? No, this person is not a physical body. He is an illusory body. When this teenager appeared, many people were shocked. But they also discovered that this teenager was not a physical body and had no aura of life. Ha ha ha, no one has come in for so many years. Now that someone has finally come in, there is finally something fun to play with. The teenager opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming and the others. He seemed to be very excited. Who are you? Someone asked. Me? I am the spirit of this place. Didn't you notice that this place is enveloped by a large array? The teenager smiled. His eyes kept darting around as if he was more interested. Spirit of the array. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They were very surprised. Only some very mysterious and powerful arrays could give birth to Spirit of the Array after a long period of time. The Spirit of the Array had spiritual intelligence and was no different from ordinary people. Let me tell you something. Once you enter this place, you won't be able to get out. The teenager continued to smile. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Won't be able to get out? What did that mean? What do you mean? An expert from the evil god tribe said with an ugly expression. If you can't get out, it means you can't get out. You will have to stay here for the rest of your lives. The teenager pursed his lips and explained again. I don't believe it. Since we can enter, we can also leave. As long as we break this large array, it will be fine. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. If they could break through the large array to enter, they could also break through the large array to get out. Everyone, let's join forces to break through the large array and open that door. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. All right, let's go. The others responded. Boom, boom. On the heaven realm's side, more than 100 great emperors attacked at once. Dazzling rays of light blasted towards the door. This time, there was also light circulating around the gate, and a screen of light appeared. All of the attacks landed on the light screen, but they were like mud in the sea. There was no movement at all, not even the slightest ripple. Everyone's expression turned unsightly. Previously, when they were outside, They could at least cause the light barrier to tremble violently when they struck the door. However, it was completely still now. Continue. The 3-star Great Sovereign of the Long Clan roared. Everyone continued to attack, but the result was the same. There was no impact at all. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here. Someone looked toward the expert from the evil god race. All right, let's attack together. The expert from the evil god race nodded. When facing such a situation, both sides had no choice but to join forces again. In the sky, the young man had a faint smile on his face as he watched calmly. There was a faint disdain on his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, the evil god race and the beings from the heaven realm attacked together. Their momentum was extremely shocking. However, the result was no different from before. Their attacks landed on the light screen. Not even the slightest ripple was created. Not even the slightest ripple was created. Continue. Someone roared. They kept attacking, but it was useless. It's useless. Lu Ming's expression was also somewhat ugly as he stopped attacking. How can this be? Someone roared in disbelief. Just now they had broken through the array formation outside, opened the door and rushed in. Why couldn't they do it now? Let me tell you. Just now you broke through the array formation outside on purpose. At that time, the array formation's power was only 1% of what it is now. The array formation here can't be broken without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor. The young man said indifferently. What? Only a heavenly emperor can break it? Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. I can't do it. Someone roared and rushed toward the door. However, halfway there, he was blocked by a layer of light screen. He kept attacking, but the terrifying energy blasted into the light screen and disappeared. Since attacking the door doesn't work, then attack this array spirit. Take it down and force it to open the door. Someone roared. That's right, take down this array spirit. Attack. Immediately, at least 100 experts rushed into the sky. There were beings from both the evil god race and the heaven realm. Lu Ming didn't move. He had an intuition in his heart that it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, when the 100 experts approached the array spirit, lines appeared in the sky. A layer of light screen covered the array spirit. Over 100 experts attacked, all kinds of attacks bombarding the array spirit. However, the effect was the same as the previous attack on the door. All the attacks were blocked by the layer of light screen, not causing the slightest ripple. Damn it! Many people roared, but it was useless. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't attack the array spirit. It's useless. Give up. Without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, you can't break this array at all. No one has come in for countless years. You guys can accompany me here in peace. Ha ha. The young man laughed loudly, extremely excited. After he gained sentience, no one had come in for countless years. He was lonely. Now that someone had come in, he was naturally excited. Are we really going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? Some people were in despair. Only a heavenly emperor could break through. The entire Void Divine Island had a supreme pressure that prevented the heavenly emperor from entering. If the heavenly emperor couldn't enter, no one could save them. You guys don't have to think about other exits. There is only one exit here. The array spirit laughed happily. It seemed that it found it interesting to see others in despair. Is there really no way to get out? Someone asked unwillingly. Of course, it's not that there's no way. Back then my master, the person who set up this array, left a way out. At this time, the array spirit thought for a while and said. Everyone was ecstatic. What way out? Someone asked excitedly. As long as there was a way out, there was hope to get out. As long as there was hope, there would always be a way out. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man, waiting for his answer. Chapter 2357. Let me tell you. Back then, Master left 8 array discs here. As long as you find the 8 array discs, you can open this door. The young array spirit said. 8 array discs? May I ask where the 8 array discs are? Someone asked. In this mountain and river, in this palace. The young man pointed to the mountains in front of him and said. There might be array discs in all these places. Moreover, the 8 array discs are in different positions. Alright, we'll find these array discs now, someone said. Although this place was vast, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 8 array discs. Wait a minute, don't be anxious. I still have a condition. The array spirit's gaze turned and swept across the people from the evil god tribe and heaven realm. You people should be divided into 2 factions. My condition is that only one of you can leave. In other words, only one of you can leave this place alive and gather all 8 array discs. After saying that, the array spirit smiled happily as if he was looking forward to it. Only one faction can leave this place alive. Many people were shocked. Boom. Boom. At this moment, everyone erupted with shocking aura and killing intent as they looked at each other. Great, kill all these heaven realm beings and we can leave this place. Someone from the evil god tribe said ferociously. Kill us all? You are the ones who will die. On the heaven realm side, there were also people with cold killing intent. The 2 sides were originally mortal enemies. Now that the array spirit had set such a condition, the scene could be imagined. Instantly, the atmosphere was tense. Kill. You are the one who will die. The people who were closest to each other suddenly attacked each other and started killing each other. This was like a fuse that instantly lit up the entire place. Kill the evil god tribe. Kill all these heaven realm bastards. The people from both sides charged together and engaged in an intense battle. The scene was constantly rumbling. In the next moment, someone screamed and was killed here. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua were also fighting with a few evil god tribe members. However, Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength. He realized that the combat strength of both sides was not much different. They should not fight to the death now. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, both sides lost more than a dozen people, and the experts on both sides retreated and started to confront each other. There was not much difference in strength between the 2 sides. If they continued to fight, it was likely that both sides would be injured. At that time, no one would be able to leave. Both sides faced each other, swords drawn and bows bent. In my opinion, we should go and look for the disc array first. There must be some opportunities in this place. While looking for the disc array, we should also look for opportunities to hunt down the aliens and weaken their strength. Then we can wipe them all out. That's right. I think it's doable too. If we encounter any fortuitous encounter, it can also increase our strength. By then, it will be much easier to kill the non-human kind. Some people were discussing in secret. In the end, the heaven realm reached an agreement. However, the evil god tribe seemed to have similar thoughts. After the 2 sides faced each other for a while, they retreated. Go. In the end, the people of the evil god race headed to the right, rushing towards the mountain range and the palace. Let's go too. The people from the heaven realm rushed to the right. I hope you guys have fun. In the sky, the young array spirit showed an expectant smile and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming and the others flew for a while. Wait a minute. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone stopped and looked at the person who had just spoken. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The person who had asked everyone to stop was the 3-star great emperor from the Lan family. Brother Lan, why did you ask us to stop? Someone asked. There are some people among us who are not qualified to walk with us. The middle-aged 3-star great emperor from the Lan family said coldly, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The faces of Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua darkened. The others also looked at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a look of realization. The grudge between Lu Ming and the Lan family had spread like wildfire in the heaven realm. Not many people did not know about it. Now the Lan family was going to make things difficult. Lu Ming, you guys can leave. You are not welcome here. The middle-aged man from the Lan family said coldly. At the side, Lan Jie sneered and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The Lan family did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly, because there were too many heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. If word got out, the Lan family would not be able to handle it. However, they only asked Lu Ming to leave. This way, the heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming could not say anything. Now the heaven realm beings and the evil god tribe would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Ming and the others were separated from the main group. Once they encountered the evil god tribe, the evil god tribe would definitely not let them go. They would kill them and weaken the heaven realm's strength. This was the Lan family's plan. Let us leave. There are so many people here. Your Lan family does not have the final say. Emperor Wuxiang replied. Oh, is that so? The 3-star great emperor from the Lan family sneered. He then looked at the others and said, Everyone, do you want to work with Lu Ming or my Lan family? If you want to work with Lu Ming, please go ahead. My Lan family will not accompany you. After saying that, a group of people stood beside the 3-star great emperor of the Lan family. There were more than 10 of them. These people were from the Lan family's headquarters. There were also people like the Yen family who had a good relationship with the Lan family. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many people's eyes lit up. I am willing to work with the Lan family. Of course I am willing to work with Brother Lan. Soon, some people walked toward the Lan family with smiles on their faces. This area was the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. Those who were active were all low-level great emperors. High-level great emperors who were 4-star and above had already entered the depths of the Void Sacred Island to look for better opportunities. This time, the people who had entered the array had the highest cultivation base. They were all 3-star great emperors. Among them, there were not many 3-star great emperors. Every single one of them was the strongest among them. Every single one of them would be crucial to the fight for the array disc and the hunt for the evil god tribe. One had to know that the evil god tribe also had a few 3-star great emperors. Without a 3-star great emperor, they would not be able to contend against the evil god tribe. The 3-star great emperor from the Lan family was almost at the peak of the 3-star great emperors. His battle strength was extremely shocking. Working with Lu Ming? What a joke. Was he courting death? No, they naturally chose to work with the Lan family. In their minds, Lu Ming was only a true emperor. Although his battle strength was shocking, he was at most equivalent to a 1-star great emperor. He would not affect the overall situation. The beings from the heaven domain stood beside the Lan family. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, and the other 2 were slowly isolated. The middle-aged man from the Lan family, Lan Jie, and the others smiled. Lu Ming had left the group and was killed by the evil god tribe. They could not be blamed for this. Chapter 2358. Despicable. Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua had ugly expressions. It doesn't matter. Since they don't welcome us, let's go. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Emperor Wuxiang and the other 2 followed behind Lu Ming. I hope the evil god tribe kills him. The middle-aged man from the Lan family sneered. His name was Lan Kong, and he was one of Blue Cloud's uncles. In the past, Lu Ming had humiliated the Lan family in public and even killed Blue Cloud. Many people in the Lan family hated Lu Ming. Lan Kong was even more so. If it weren't for the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming, he would have killed Lu Ming personally. Let's go. After Lu Ming and the others left, the people from the heaven world flew toward the mountain range. Lu Ming and the others did not fly, but walked on the ground. Soon they arrived at the foot of a mountain. They took out some origin stones and started refining them to recover. They had just experienced a great battle and needed time to recover. Soon they were fully recovered. Lu Ming, what are your plans? Emperor Wuxiang asked. This area should be the cave of an expert. There might be some opportunities left behind. Wouldn't it be a pity if we miss it? Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if they left the group? Lu Ming was not worried. His current battle strength was enough to kill a 2-star great emperor. With the indestructible ancient scripture's powerful recovery ability, he was not afraid even if he faced a 3-star great emperor. Immediately, the group of 4 charged towards the palaces in the mountain range. Soon they arrived at a mountain peak. There was a palace on this mountain peak. However, there were figures flickering in the palace. They were the other living beings of the heaven world. It was obvious that this place had been occupied. Lu Ming and the others left the place and went in another direction. This region was extremely vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless. Soon after, they arrived at another mountain peak with a palace, which was also occupied by someone else. The 4 of them didn't stop and continued forward. Slowly, they deviated from their original direction and moved closer to the left. There's someone ahead. After a while, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he noticed some movement up ahead. They found a secluded place and looked forward. Up ahead, there was a cliff. It looked very ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. However, at this moment, there were a few members of the Evil God clan wandering around the bottom of the cliff, patrolling the area. Is there something wrong here? Lu Ming's group of 4 was startled. Then they began to observe patiently. At the foot of the broken cliff, a total of 4 people from the Evil God race were searching continuously. Are you sure there are treasures here? A member of the Evil God race asked with some uncertainty. It shouldn't be wrong. I can sense that there's something incredible here. Let's keep looking. There must be something fishy. An Evil God race member with 4 arms spoke. His figure was nimble, flickering incessantly below the cliff. Found it. Suddenly, the Evil God race member with 4 arms exclaimed in surprise. He lay on the cliff and pointed his finger continuously. Beams of light entered the stone wall. Gotcha! All of a sudden, the stone wall cracked open, and a crack appeared in it. Haha, it appeared. The Evil God race members were overjoyed. In the distance, the eyes of Lu Ming's group also lit up. They didn't expect that an ordinary cliff would have another world. This place was so secretive. There might really be treasures inside. There are 4 Evil God race members and only 1 2-star Great Emperor. We can easily deal with them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Emperor Wu Xiang, and the other 2. The 3 of them nodded, and a glint flashed in their eyes. Then, the 4 of them retracted their auras and ran along the ground toward the cliff. In a few breaths' time, the 4 of them were close to the cliff. Who's there? When they were close, a member of the Evil God race discovered them and immediately shouted. Swish! Lu Ming directly made his move and charged toward that 2-star Great Emperor. As for Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2, they also charged toward the other 3 members of the Evil God race. It was 4 against 4. Human, you're courting death. That 2-star Great Emperor had 4 arms, and 4 sharp blades appeared on his 4 arms. His figure flashed, and his speed was shocking. The 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming. Swish! 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 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming's 4 vital points with shocking speed. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. In an instant, the frequency of the vibrations exceeded 1 billion times. The super-strong vibrations burst forth with terrifying power. The void exploded, an endless void storm swept in all directions. The sharp blades of the Evil God race member were directly destroyed. Boom! Then Lu Ming punched out. The fist force crushed through. And that Evil God race member groaned. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He was severely injured in one move. Not good run. That Evil God race member knew that he had met an opponent he couldn't defeat. He shouted and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming was faster than him. In a flash he caught up to him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out continuously. 11 types of light flashed on his body. 11 types of laws erupted at the same time. The Evil God race member couldn't resist at all. He was directly crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. With a miserable cry, his body was torn into pieces. After killing this Evil God race member, Lu Ming didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the other 3 Evil God race members. Those 3 Evil God race members were only 1-star Great Emperors. The difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lu Ming killed them all with 1 punch. After killing the 4 Evil God race members, Lu Ming stored their corpses in his small world. Then the 4 of them came before the crack. There seemed to be a tunnel behind the crack. The 4 of them didn't hesitate and entered the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't very long. It was only a few thousand meters long. After passing through the tunnel opened up. In front of him was a huge stone chamber. However, this stone chamber was completely empty. There was nothing inside. There's an entrance there. Lu Ming looked ahead. Inside the stone chamber, there was a stone door that was half open. The 4 of them walked over and discovered that there was a stone staircase behind the stone door. It was slanted downwards. The 4 of them walked down the stone staircase. Soon, they arrived at a huge underground secret room. This secret room was also very spacious. There were only 2 metal boxes in the middle of the secret room. Their eyes lit up. The 4 of them carefully approached the metal boxes, worried that there was a formation on them. However, when the 4 of them approached, they didn't find anything strange. Lu Ming took the lead. He arrived at one of the metal boxes and opened it. Immediately, he discovered many rings inside. There were a total of 9 storage rings. Lu Ming picked one up and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was immediately overjoyed. Origin stones. The storage ring was filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. He didn't know how many there were. Then Lu Ming picked up another storage ring. He discovered that it was also filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. Chapter 2359. Afterward, Lu Ming looked at the 8 storage rings. They were all primordial stones, and they were all supreme-grade primordial stones. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed. Supreme-grade origin stones were useful even to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Absorbing the origin chi from the origin stones could help one condense a small world and strengthen one's world energy. However, it wasn't as fast as chaos stones or primordial stones. What's inside? Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were also looking forward to it. Origin stones, they're all origin stones. Lu Ming handed the 8 storage rings to Emperor Wu Xiang and the others. They were overjoyed when they saw the contents. With so many origin stones, even if they were great emperors, they would be able to use them for a long time. Lu Ming picked up the 9th storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. The 9th storage ring wasn't filled with origin stones, but chaos stones and primordial stones. The 9th storage ring was filled with chaos stones and primordial stones. Moreover, there were so many of them. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were no less than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones. What did 10,000 chaos stones mean? Back when the Lan family held a banquet and offered 100 chaos stones as a reward, it shocked the entire heavenly domain. All the geniuses gathered. Lin Xiaofeng, who was originally the first place of the 9 absolutes, also went to the Lan family for 100 chaos stones. If 100 chaos gems had such a value, wouldn't 10,000 chaos gems cause a stir if word got out? Although primordial stones weren't as effective as chaos stones, 3 primordial stones were equivalent to 2 chaos stones. There were about 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. One had to know that chaos stones and primordial stones were products of the beginning of the world. They were irreplaceable treasures. Every time one was used, there would be one less. After countless years, chaos stones and primordial stones had become very scarce. However, there were 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Seeing Lu Ming in a daze, Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were curious. After a long while, Lu Ming finally recovered. He handed the storage ring over to Emperor Wu Xiang to take a look. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were petrified when they saw the contents. After a long while, the 3 of them finally reacted. Their eyes widened in surprise. Then the 4 of them looked at the other big box. There were already so many treasures in one chest. What kind of treasures would the other chest contain? They were all filled with anticipation. Lu Ming walked over and opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a bright light shone from within. Following that, balls of light rushed out from the box. What is it? Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated and looked at the balls of light. There were a total of 36 balls of light. Within each ball of light, there was an object that looked like a piece of glass. It emitted a brilliant and mysterious aura. The aura of the Great Tao. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could sense the aura of the Great Tao from each of the balls of light. It was very similar to the aura of the martial monarch realm. It's a Great Tao fragment. It's really a Great Tao fragment. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian He shouted excitedly. Great Tao fragment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Martial monarchs comprehended the Great Tao. Great Tao fragments could be refined by martial monarchs to increase their comprehension of the Great Tao. It could even help them break through their bottlenecks. However, Great Tao fragments were extremely rare. Theoretically speaking, there was a chance that a Great Tao fragment would appear after a martial monarch was killed. However, the probability was extremely low. Also, it was possible for a heavenly emperor to nurture a Great Tao fragment. There were even invincible figures who could refine Great Tao fragments from the Great Tao of heaven and earth. However, such items were in short supply. Once a Great Tao fragment appeared, it would be snatched up by martial monarchs. Great Tao fragments were priceless treasures to martial monarchs. Whoosh, whoosh. 36 balls of light flew in the sky. Some of them even flew towards the exit. Quick, don't let the Great Tao fragments fly away. Martial Monarch Wu Xiang shouted as he flew towards the Great Tao fragments. At the same time, Lu Ming, Martial Monarch Wu Xiang, and Martial Monarch Wu Xiang also moved. Their figures flickered as they pounced towards the Great Tao fragments. Lu Ming was extremely fast. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm condensed from the Great Tao fragments. It grabbed a Great Tao fragment and put it away in a storage ring. Then it flew towards the other Great Tao fragments. The four of them acted together. In less than a minute, the 36 Great Tao fragments were collected by the four of them. Ha ha ha. Martial Monarch Wu Xiang and the others laughed. The harvest this time was too great. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones, more than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones, and 36 Great Tao fragments. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a commotion and lead to a bloody fight. A great opportunity. This was truly a great opportunity. This place was so secretive. There were indeed many treasures. Then, the four of them searched the place again, and confirmed that there were no other treasures. Let's leave this place first, Martial Monarch Wu Xiang said. The others nodded and walked towards the exit. Through the passage, they arrived outside the cliff. However, as soon as they arrived outside, their expressions changed. Because there were people outside. Lanjie. Lu Ming saw Lanjie at a glance. There were 6 other people. Including Lanjie, there were a total of 7 people. Lu Ming. Lanjie also saw Lu Ming immediately. The 7 of them stared at Lu Ming, and the others with burning eyes. Lu Ming, what did you get in there? Hand it over. Lanjie shouted, his eyes flickering with a cold light. We didn't get anything in there. Lu Ming replied casually. You didn't get anything? Do you think I'm an idiot? This place is so secretive. There must be treasures. Give us your storage rings and open your small world for us to search. I don't believe there are no treasures. Lanjie said coldly. Are you an idiot? Lu Ming glanced at Lanjie indifferently and said coldly. Also, who do you think you are? Even if there are treasures in there? Why should I let you search? Lu Ming, you. Lanjie's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Today, even if you don't want us to search, we have to. You don't have a choice. Boom. Boom. Beside Lanjie, powerful auras burst out from the other 6 people. Powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. 2 2-star Great Emperors and the rest are 1-star Great Emperors. Lu Ming instantly judged the other party's strength, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No wonder Lanjie was so confident. The 2 2-star Great Emperors were indeed powerful. In Lanjie's opinion, they were enough to crush Lu Ming. Chapter 2360. The 7 of them unleashed their auras at the same time. The pressure of the Great Emperor realm surged towards Lu Ming's group like a storm. Especially the 2 2-star Great Emperors. Their auras were even more terrifying. Wu Xiang, Hun Tian, and Heavenly Fire Emperor shuddered and took 2 steps back. Lu Ming, surrender and hand over your interspatial ring. Lanjie sneered. Come and get it yourself if you dare. Lu Ming said indifferently. Facing the 7 experts, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Stubborn fool. Attack and cripple him. Lanjie said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. If he attacked, with the help of 1 or 2 people, he could take down Lu Ming in a few moves. He charged towards Lu Ming, but in the next moment, his pupil shrank because Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. How can he be so fast? Not good. This was the only thought that flashed through Lan Shiji's mind. He wanted to retaliate, But it was too late. He saw Lu Ming's palm enlarging rapidly in front of his eyes, and then pressing on his face. A terrifying force surged from Lu Ming's palm. Lan Jie could not resist this force at all. He even heard the sound of his neck breaking. Boom! Lu Ming's palm pressed on Lan Jie's face, and slammed him into the ground. A huge boom rang out, and the ground shook. A huge crater appeared in the ground, and Lan Jin lay there, twitching and coughing up blood. His bones were all broken. He was not dead yet, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. How long had it been since the last time he fought with Lu Ming? Last time, Lu Ming was barely able to defeat him. In terms of fighting ability, Lu Ming was not stronger than him. In the end, Lu Ming was able to win because of the indestructible ancient scripture. But now in front of Lu Ming, he had no power to fight back. He was even weaker than a baby, and was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming. The remaining 6 people were also shocked. Let's deal with him together. A 2-star great sovereign yelled. The 2 2-star great emperors dashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming had beaten Lan Film half to death in one move. This kind of combat strength made them tremble with fear. They decided to join forces to take down Lu Ming. Just in time, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and 11 types of laws radiated from his body. His muscles twitched and he charged at the other party. These are 11 types of laws, 5 of which are the strongest laws. When the 2 2-star great emperors saw the radiance on Lu Ming's body, their hearts shook violently and their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom! Boom! While the 2 of them were shocked, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's fist force was like a storm, blasting towards the 2 of them. The terrifying fist force made it hard for the 2 of them to breathe. The 2 of them roared and attacked with all their might. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air as they executed their divine skills to fight against Lu Ming. After a series of deafening booms, the 2 figures were forced to retreat. They were 2 2-star great emperors. At this moment, the 2 of them were shocked. They felt like the bones in their arms were about to crack. Lu Ming's attack was shockingly powerful. Even when the 2 of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! After Lu Ming repelled the 2 of them, he did not give them any chance to take a breather as he continued to attack. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all as he attacked with all his might. This allowed Lu Ming to unleash his full combat strength. The 2 2-star great emperors attacked with all their might, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Every time they clashed with him, their bodies would tremble violently and they would retreat continuously. Their blood and qi were in turmoil and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was almost on par with a 3-star great emperor. If they were alone, they would have been defeated long ago. Go down! Lu Ming roared and charged towards one of the 2-star great emperors, ignoring the other's attack. Bam! Bam! 2 clashing sounds could be heard. One of the 2-star great emperor's attacks had struck Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's attack had struck the other 2-star great emperor. The 2-star great emperor that had been struck by Lu Ming let out a cry as his body was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cliff. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as his chest was pierced through. He was severely injured. As for Lu Ming, although he was also sent flying, he only spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his aura was still strong and he was not seriously injured. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned around and swept his leg out like a steel whip, hitting the 2-star great emperor behind him. The man's body was sent flying like a cannonball as he was severely injured. The 2 2-star great emperors had only exchanged a few blows with Lu Ming before they were severely injured by Lu Ming. The remaining 1-star great emperor who was fighting with Emperor Wu Xiang, and the other 2 was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. The one who was most shocked was none other than Lan Jin. His eyes were wide open as he was almost scared to death. 2 2-star great emperors were severely injured by Lu Ming in an instant. What kind of strength did Lu Ming have? How could he improve so quickly? Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across Lan Jin, causing him to tremble and his face to turn pale. Spare me, spare me. Lan Jin actually struggled to kneel down and begged Lu Ming for mercy. It was rare for a great emperor like him to kneel down and beg for mercy from a junior. I'll spare your lives this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he left with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two in a flash. It was not that he was merciful, but their biggest opponent in this formation was the evil god tribe. If they killed Lan Jin and the others, it would weaken the strength of the heaven realm, which was disadvantageous to them. However, if they were to push their luck, he would not show any mercy. Lu Ming and the group of 4 left this place and headed to the right, arriving at a relatively remote mountain peak. The 4 of them opened up a cave, sealed the entrance, and entered. Then they took out all the origin stones, chaos stones, primordial stones, and great Tao fragments. Lu Ming, take these chaos stones and primordial stones. They'll be of great use to you. Emperor Wu Xiang handed the storage ring with the chaos stones and primordial stones to Lu Ming. How can this be? We got these things together. We should split them equally. Lu Ming said. No, Lu Ming. Without you, how could the 3 of us have gotten such a great opportunity? Moreover, we're old and have limited potential. It's a waste to take up such a large amount of resources. We'll only be able to make the most of them if we leave them to you. We'll just take a few great Tao fragments. Emperor Hun Tian said. The great Tao fragments are of no use to me for the time being. They're useful to the 3 deans. Take them. Lu Ming pushed 30 great Tao fragments to Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 shook their heads. The 3 of them took 18 great Tao fragments and gave the remaining great Tao fragments to Lu Ming. As for the 8 origin stones in the storage rings, the 3 of them took 1 each. The remaining 5 were all given to Lu Ming. Chapter 2361. Then Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hu planned to go into seclusion to refine the great Tao fragments to see if they could break through the bottleneck. Lu Ming also went into seclusion to comprehend the laws. Anyway, the 8 array discs were not that easy to obtain. Moreover, only one side could leave between the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe. When the time came, both sides would definitely kill each other. Then let them fight. Right now, improving their strength was the way to go. Without strength, if the heavenly realm won, it would be fine. If the evil god tribe won, they would definitely be killed. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. Lu Ming's physical body had just broken through not long ago. With the help of liquid fire, he had reached the peak of the early 5th level. It was impossible for him to break through again in a short period of time. If he wanted to improve his strength now, he could only comprehend the laws. Lu Ming comprehended the strongest laws. Every time he comprehended a new law, he would connect it with other laws. His combat strength would definitely increase. The 4 of them sat in 4 different directions and began to cultivate. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Hun Tian each took out a great Tao fragment and refined it. It was not that easy to refine a great Tao fragment. It would take a long time. As for Lu Ming, he comprehended the laws in peace. Now his main goal was the reincarnation laws and primordial laws. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to the 3rd level first before comprehending the other laws. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Comprehending the laws here was very fast. Even without going through a life and death battle, Lu Ming still broke through to the 3rd level of the primordial laws. Moreover, it perfectly merged with the original 9 laws to form a divine ability. As for the reincarnation laws, it had also reached the limit of the 2nd level. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were still refining the great Tao fragments. They had already refined 1 great Tao fragment, and were now refining the 2nd one. Let's go out and see what's going on outside. Lu Ming pondered. He did not know what the situation outside was like in half a year. Had the 8 array discs been found? Immediately, Lu Ming left the cave and headed outside. Boom. Not long after leaving the cave, Lu Ming saw people fighting. It was the heavenly realm beings and the evil god tribe. There were more than a dozen people, and both sides were constantly attacking each other. Could it be that the 8 formation plates have been found? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Once the 8 array discs were found, the 2 sides would definitely engage in a decisive battle. After observing for a while, Lu Ming discovered that this was not the case. Instead, the 2 sides were fighting over a palace. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and used the divine breathing technique to completely retract his aura, making him look like a rock. Then Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and quietly moved towards the palace. No one noticed that Lu Ming had successfully entered the palace without making a sound. Unfortunately, this palace did not have any treasures. Lu Ming searched around but did not find anything. It seemed that the treasures they obtained last time were really something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Evats. Suddenly Lu Ming's expression changed. In the last room of the palace, Lu Ming made a discovery. A ball of light floated in the air. Within the ball of light, there was a disc array floating, emitting a dusky glow. Disc array. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could the disc array that the formation spirit was talking about be this disc array? Lu Ming waved his hand and the power of law condensed into a large hand. With a grab, he grabbed the disc array in his hand. The disc array was very ancient and had gone through countless years. There were 8 pits on it. At this moment, 5 of the 8 pits were shining. Congratulations, you've obtained a disc array. Suddenly a voice sounded. Then a young man appeared. It was the formation spirit. Now you've found 5 disc arrays. There are 3 more left. Keep up the good work. I'll remind you again that only one of you can leave. I look forward to your performance. After saying that, the formation spirit's figure disappeared. 5 disc arrays appeared. In that case, the 5 shining pits on the disc array are the number of disc arrays that have been found. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he put away the disc array. Lu Ming continued to retract his aura and left the palace. Outside, the people from both sides were still fighting. Lu Ming left quietly again. Following that, Lu Ming walked around outside and did not gain anything. Lu Ming returned to his previous place of seclusion. Now that he had a disc array in his hand, he was much more at ease. In any case, even if the other 7 disc arrays appeared, the others could not leave without the disc array in his hand. He could cultivate in seclusion and peace. Returning to his place of seclusion, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the laws in seclusion. Lu Ming did not comprehend new laws. Instead, he focused on comprehending the reincarnation laws. At the same time, he constantly explored divine power techniques. His divine power techniques were all self-created. Therefore, every time he comprehended a new type, his divine power techniques had to be sorted out and explored again. Only through continuous exploration could his Abhijna technique continue to become more refined and more powerful. Time passed quickly. Another half a year passed. Lu Ming had been in the Void Sacred Island for more than 2 years. At this time, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the reincarnation laws to the 3rd level. Moreover, it complemented the other laws well, and formed a new divine power technique. It was a divine ability formed from 5 supreme laws and 6 monarch laws. Once he attacked, the divine power technique formed by 11 intertwined laws exploded. Its power was shocking. There was no doubt that Lu Ming's battle strength had increased a little. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, even if he encountered a 3-star great emperor, he would not be afraid. He was confident that he could fight. It was worth mentioning that after Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 had refined 3 great Dao fragments, their cultivation had broken through to the 2nd-star great emperor realm. The 3 of them had been stuck at the 1-star great emperor realm for a long time. Now that they had broken through to the 2nd-star great emperor realm, their strength had improved greatly. In addition to Lu Ming's battle strength, the 4 of them were considered to be quite strong. Congratulations to the 3 deans, Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, luck. However, it will be difficult for us to break through to the 3-star great emperor realm. Our talents are limited. Even with the great Dao fragments, it won't be that easy. Emperor Wu Xiang laughed heartily. The bottleneck that had not loosened for many years had broken through. Naturally, he was in a good mood. The 3 of them chatted for a while, and decided to go out and take a look. There were already 7 formation plates. As long as the 8th formation plate appeared, there would be a fierce battle between the 2 sides. Moreover, Lu Ming and the other 3's strength had increased greatly. They wanted to go out and try their luck to see if they could obtain more opportunities. The 4 of them came out of seclusion and headed towards the depths of the region. Soon, they made a discovery. This was because they realized that there were people heading towards the depths of the region. The crowd is gathering. There must be a great discovery ahead. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 2362. They secretly followed a few people and headed deeper. After flying past a large number of mountain peaks, they arrived at a plain. On this plain, a huge pit had been dug out. Within the pit, there was actually a huge palace. This was a palace buried underground, and it had been discovered by someone. The door of the palace was open, and the few people in front flew in directly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not far away, a few more figures flew over. They were from the Evil God tribe. The few Evil God tribe members coldly glanced at Lu Ming and the others, but they did not make a move. They also rushed into the door of the palace. It seems that this underground palace is very impressive. It has attracted experts from both sides. Emperor Wuxiang said. The others nodded. They had been trapped in this array for a year, and 7 array discs had been found. They had probably searched every corner that could be searched. It was very likely that the last disc array was in this underground palace. Moreover, this palace was hidden deep underground. Perhaps it contained a great opportunity. Let's go in and take a look. Emperor Heavenly Fire said. Let's go. Lu Ming said and flew toward the door of the palace. Behind the door was a huge passageway that extended forward. The moment they flew in, they saw light shining in front of them. The few Evil God tribe members who had flown in earlier were being attacked. The walls on both sides of the passageway were shining, and mysterious runes appeared. They condensed into beams of light that attacked the few Evil God tribe members. The few Evil God tribe members tried their best to resist. As they resisted, they moved forward. There's a formation here. Lu Ming reminded them. The 4 of them were on full alert. When they entered the passageway, resplendent beams of light burst out from the walls on both sides of the passageway, blasting toward them. These beams of light were like beams of divine light, and their power was astonishing. The 4 of them set up layers of defense on their bodies to block these beams of light. Fortunately, although these beams of light were strong and were a threat to 1-star great emperors, they were not much of a threat to them. The 4 of them moved forward quickly, heading deeper into the passageway. When the few Evil God tribe members in front saw how fast Lu Ming and the others were moving, their countenances changed drastically. They unleashed their full strength, wanting to quickly pass through the passageway, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would catch up to them. However, there were a total of 3 of them. 2 of them were 2-star great emperors, and the other was a 1-star great emperor. Their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming and the rest. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming and the rest caught up with them. Kill. Lu Ming coldly spoke. When encountering the Evil God race, there was nothing much to say. There was only killing. You're the one who will die. A 2-star emperor from the Evil God tribe roared and charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's current combat prowess was no weaker than a 3-star martial emperor. How strong was he? After one move, the Evil God tribe member was sent flying while vomiting blood. Next, Lu Ming stepped forward and killed this Evil God race member with a single move. As for Emperor Wuxiang and the other 2, they had also forced the remaining 2 Evil God tribe members into a precarious situation. Lu Ming turned around and charged back. The remaining 2 Evil God tribe members were easily dealt with by them. After packing up, the 4 of them continued forward. This time, they passed through the passage in less than a few minutes. After the passage, there were many corridors. There were a total of 6 corridors that led in different directions. Lu Ming's group randomly chose a corridor and charged forward. Not long after, they discovered some rooms. However, these rooms were all empty. They had been emptied. Lu Ming's group understood that they had come late. Most likely, many people had already entered. Then they came across a few more rooms, all of which were emptied out. Immediately, they didn't stop and rushed forward with all their might. Ah! Suddenly, they heard an incomparably mournful scream. The 4's expressions changed. Someone had been killed. The 4 of them hurriedly retracted their auras and continued forward. Boom! Boom! In front of them, there were intense explosions. Scram! Kill! Angry roars could be heard as well. Lu Ming's group passed through a corridor and arrived at a spacious hall. They discovered that a group of people were being surrounded. There were Evil God tribe members and also Heaven Realm beings. The 2 sides didn't attack each other because they had a common enemy. In the hall, streaks of black light flickered continuously. Their speed was extremely shocking. This was a type of bat. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was made of black iron. However, its eyes were completely red, like blood. The enemy of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings was this type of bat. In the hall, there were already some corpses of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings lying there. Moreover, each corpse was shriveled, as if their blood had been devoured. Buzz buzz, a strange fluctuation spread over, causing Lu Ming's, Emperor Wu Xiang's, and the others' expressions to change. It's a sound wave attack. Be careful, Emperor Wu Xiang warned. The few of them hurriedly activated their skills to defend against the invisible wave. The invisible wave was very terrifying. Once hit, it would directly attack one's soul, causing one to feel dizzy. Clearly, many people had been hit. After being attacked by these bats, they felt dizzy and didn't have the strength to fight back. They were directly attacked by these bats and died on the spot. Swoosh swoosh. There were dozens of black bats moving freely in the hall. The evil god tribe and heaven realm beings were blocked here. They couldn't move forward at all. It was even dangerous for them to protect themselves. On the opposite side of the hall, there was a door that seemed to be able to move forward. Let's rush over, Lu Ming said and rushed forward with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two. Instantly, a few black bats stared at them. Their blood-red eyes swept over them and flew towards them. Buzz buzz, that formless fluctuation rushed towards them. Lu Ming controlled the laws. 11 types of laws covered his entire body, especially his ears, where the defense was the strongest. However, even so, Lu Ming could feel the power of the laws shaking. Nevertheless, he managed to block it. As for Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two, it wasn't so easy. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned slightly pale. Swoosh, swoosh. A few bats pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and punched out a few times. Boom, boom. The void shook violently. The invisible wave was directly destroyed by Lu Ming's fist force. The terrifying fist force crushed the bats, and their bodies exploded. Let's go. Lu Ming took the lead and rushed forward. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others followed behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's cultivation and his powerful physical body, his defense was astonishing. Even the sound wave attack of the bats couldn't hurt him. With Lu Ming in the lead, the four of them rushed forward like a pair of scissors. On the way, Lu Ming killed a few more bats. That's Lu Ming. He's actually so powerful. Someone recognized Lu Ming and was shocked. Lu Ming, help us. Someone shouted and looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Hehe. Chapter 2363. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Now that these people were in trouble and in danger, they thought of Lu Ming, asking Lu Ming to save them. Back then, when the Lan family wanted to chase Lu Ming away, why didn't these people come out to speak up for Lu Ming, and even stood on the Lan family's side? Wasn't it because they looked down on Lu Ming and felt that Lu Ming's strength was low? Now, seeing that Lu Ming's strength was strong, they wanted to ask Lu Ming to save them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Lu Ming's group of four kept moving forward, rushing behind the door opposite the main hall. Entering the door, there was also a corridor that led all the way to the depths ahead. Not long after they moved forward, their expressions changed because there was also a corpse lying there in the corridor. Its body was shriveled, clearly killed by those bats. The four of them didn't dare to be careless and focused on defense. Swoosh! Suddenly, a few black shadows rushed out from under the corpse, charging towards Lu Ming and the rest. It was those black bats. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out a few punches consecutively, killing a few bats. They continued forward. Sure enough, along the way, they would be attacked by those bats from time to time. However, with Lu Ming opening the way, they still moved forward without any danger. Along the way, they would occasionally see corpses that had fallen here, with the heavenly realms creatures, and also those of the evil god tribe. This palace was very large. They bypassed a few corridors and passed through countless rooms. Finally, they arrived at a huge hall. There was no one in the hall. It seemed that they were the first to arrive at this hall. In mid-air of the hall, there was a light screen. It was circular, like a bubble, suspended in mid-air. When Lu Ming's group of 4 saw the things inside the light screen, their eyes went wide. Great Tao fragments. In the light screen, they were all Great Tao fragments, and the number was astonishing. There were at least dozens of pieces. It was more than what they got last time. The eyes of the 4 immediately burned with passion. The Great Tao fragment was a priceless treasure in the outside world. Any great emperor would be tempted by it. To a great emperor, there was nothing more precious than the Great Tao fragment. Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Heavenly Fire Great Emperor, and Chaos Heaven Great Emperor, had been trapped in the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a long time, but after refining 3 Great Tao fragments, their cultivation levels had broken through. One could imagine how precious Great Tao fragments were. One had to know that great emperors also faced heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation occurred once every 300,000 years. It was normal for many great emperors to not make any progress in their cultivation after 300,000 years. There was no progress in his cultivation, but the heavenly tribulation would only get stronger. If that was the case, he would die under the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. However, with the great path fragments, their cultivation could increase. This way, it would be much easier to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Hurry! S's great emperors they had to get ahead of others and take away all these grand Tao fragments. Otherwise, they would have to experience a period of slaughter. Lu Ming's was the fastest. In an instant, he was close to the light screen. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the light screen. However, when Lu Ming's hand touched the light screen, it was like an iron wall. It was extremely hard and blocked Lu Ming's hand. It's so hard. Lu Ming's face changed. He unleashed all his strength and the power of law and punched the light screen. Boom. The light screen shook violently, but it didn't break. At this moment, Great Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 arrived. The 3 of them attacked the light screen ferociously. The light screen shook violently, but it still didn't break. Let's focus on one point and break it, Lu Ming said. All right. Great Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 nodded. The power of law flowed around Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the infinite dragon spear formed by the power of law. Buzz. Lu Ming shook the infinite dragon spear. The infinite dragon spear spun rapidly like a drill and pierced the light screen. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the light screen shook violently. The place where the spear pierced caved in and rippled. Boom. 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 Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Great Emperor Hun Tian, and Great Emperor Tian Hua attacked at the same time. They used their strongest attacks on the spot where Lu Ming was attacking, causing the light screen to shake even more violently. However, the light screen still didn't break. Continue. Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Boom. Boom. The 4 of them attacked continuously. The light screen shook more and more violently. After the 4 of them attacked continuously for more than 100 times, the light screen finally changed. Crack. The sound of something shattering could be heard. The 4 of them were overjoyed. They immediately became spirited and attacked like a storm. Crack. Crack. The cracks on the light screen became bigger and bigger. Countless small cracks appeared, and finally, they formed a huge crack. The light screen was about to break. However, at this moment, a few figures rushed in from another passage in the hall. There were a total of 8 people. Lu Ming. As soon as these people saw Lu Ming, some of them shouted furiously, "It's the Lan family!" As soon as the 8 people came in, Lu Ming and the others were alerted. Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence to meet someone from the Lan family here? Those are Great Path Fragments. They are all Great Path Fragments. Gosh, there are so many. We must get them. Immediately, the 8 people of the Lan family saw the Great Path Fragments in the light screen. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with radiance. That was the radiance of greed. It was extremely hot. The leader of the Lan family was Lan Kong. These Great Path Fragments are mine, Lan Kong shouted in his heart. Break. At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. He became one with his spear, and turned into a dazzling spear light, stabbing at a crack on the light screen. The light screen was already full of cracks and was about to break. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Boom. The light screen directly exploded. Dozens of Great Path Fragments were revealed. Attack, the great path fragments are ours. Lan Kong shouted and pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Keep. Lu Ming directly took out the mountain river diagram. The mountain river diagram expanded rapidly, and the mountains and rivers appeared inside, enveloping all the great path fragments. In an instant, all the great path fragments were collected by Lu Ming into the mountain river diagram. Then the mountain river diagram turned into a ray of light, flew into Lu Ming's glabella, and disappeared. Retreat. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, and the others hurriedly retreated, avoiding Lan Kang's attack. Lu Ming, hand over the great path fragments. Lan Kong shouted, his eyes were full of greed. We found it first, so it naturally belongs to us. Isn't it ridiculous to hand it over to you? Lu Ming sneered, revealing a mocking expression. Today you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. Attack. Chapter 2364. Lan Kong gave the order and rushed towards Lu Ming. The other experts of the Lan family also rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Roar. Lan Kang's body was covered in purple light. He threw a punch, and the purple light condensed into a lion that pounced towards Lu Ming. Lan Kang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Apart from the Lan family, there was only Lu Ming and the others present. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming on the spot, as well as Emperor Wuxiang and the others. Anyway, everyone present was from the Lan family. If they did not spread the news, no one would know that they were the ones who killed Lu Ming. The heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming could only think that Lu Ming had died in an adventure, or was killed by the evil god tribe. In this way, not only could he obtain the great Dao fragment, but he could also kill Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Lan Kang's eyes flashed with excitement. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming also attacked. This time Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he faced the attack head-on and threw a punch at Lan Kong. Courting death. The sharpness in Lan Kang's eyes intensified. He had heard of Lu Ming's strength from Lanya. He was very strong and could defeat a 2-star great emperor. But according to his speculation, he was not a match for a 3-star great emperor. After all, the difference between each star was huge. If Lu Ming had chosen to retreat or dodge, he might have spent more effort. But Lu Ming chose to face him head-on. This was simply courting death. Boom. The two collided fiercely, and a deafening explosion erupted. The place where the two fists collided was filled with dazzling light that made people unable to open their eyes. Then the two figures trembled as if they had been electrocuted and retreated continuously. Lu Ming and Lan Kong were evenly matched in this move. How is this possible? Lan Kong retreated 5 to 6 steps and stabilized his body. He roared in his heart, and his eyes widened in disbelief. In this move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. How was this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? 11 different colors of law light. What was that? 11 laws? Lan Kang's heart was in turmoil. As for the other members of the Lan family, they were extremely shocked, especially Lanya. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 3-star great emperor is nothing more than this. Lu Ming said coldly. I haven't used my full strength yet. Don't be too proud. Lan Kong said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. He said to the other Lan family members, you guys take down those 3 old men first. Leave Lu Ming to me. Yes, leave these 3 old fellows to us. The other members of the Lan clan said as they charged towards Emperor Wuxiang's group. But as soon as he made his move, these people were shocked. That was because Emperor Wuxiang and the other 2 were all 2-star great emperors. The 3 2-star great emperors working together had astonishing battle prowess. Furthermore, they were focused on defense. The people of the Lan clan could not take them down in a short time. Damn it! Lan Kong roared and personally charged towards Lu Ming. He used his full strength and roared continuously. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He fought with him continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, but it was still difficult to win. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he was not weaker than a 3-star great emperor in a head-on battle. Just as the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, a figure flashed. More people had arrived. This time, there were more than 20 people who came. They were all living beings from the heaven realm. Needless to say, when the crowd saw that Lu Ming could actually fight with Lan Kong, They were extremely shocked. Lan Kang's face was extremely gloomy. Now that the other people from the heaven realm had arrived, he did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly. Everyone, let's attack together. Lu Ming has obtained a large number of great Dao fragments. Lan Kang roared and wanted to pull the others to attack together. What? Great Dao fragments? Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes, revealing a greedy look. Great Dao fragments were too tempting for great emperors. Who dares to attack? If I don't die, when I return to the Grand Pure Sky domain, I'll bring people to visit your forces one by one. Lu Ming said coldly. Many people felt chills all over. The strength behind Lu Ming was too shocking. There were more than a dozen heavenly emperors. No one could withstand it. If Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones to die. Thinking of this, although many people were burning in their hearts, they did not dare to attack at all. Lan Kang, no one can help you. Today, the one to die will be you. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming completely erupted. He did not care about defense and used a desperate fighting method, launching a storm-like attack. In this way, Lu Ming was directly hit by Lan Kang. Lan Kang's punch hit Lu Ming's chest, causing Lu Ming's chest to collapse. However, Lu Ming also seized the opportunity and punched Lan Kang's shoulder. Gotcha. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lan Kang's shoulder directly exploded. He staggered back, his face a little pale. His defense was no match for Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming took a heavy step forward, ignoring his injuries and continued to attack Lan Kang. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? You're too selfish. Your cultivation is only at the true Emperor realm. There's no point in keeping the Great Dao fragment. My cultivation is already at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm. As long as you give me the Great Dao fragment, I can quickly break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. As long as I break through to the 4-star Martial Emperor realm, our heaven realm will be able to annihilate the evil god tribe, seize the 8 formation discs, and leave this place. Otherwise, we might all die. For your own selfish reasons, you don't care about the lives of others. Lan Kang roared, still wanting to drag others down. Many people's faces changed. Indeed, in this great formation, their number one opponent was the evil god tribe. Lan Kang's cultivation was indeed at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm. He was the one with the most hope of breaking through in the heaven realm. If he obtained the Great Dao fragment, he might really break through. In that case, they would have the confidence to defeat the evil god tribe. Some people's eyes flickered. Haha, don't flatter yourself. Without you, I'll still annihilate the evil god tribe. Kill. Lu Ming sneered and attacked crazily. After Lu Ming went all out, Lan Kang was completely at a disadvantage. He was confident that he could hit Lu Ming, but the price was that he would also be hit by Lu Ming. His vitality and defense were not as good as Lu Ming's. He was at a disadvantage in such a way of fighting. Damn it! Lan Kang roared in his heart. He could only give up the chance to hit Lu Ming and focus on defending and dodging. Bam! Suddenly, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. His figure suddenly changed direction, no longer attacking Lan Kang. Instead, he attacked Lan Jie and the others. Not good. Lan Kang's expression changed drastically. As for Lan Jie and the others, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly change direction. They were shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared behind Lan Jie. His palm was like a sharp sword, stabbing into Lan Jie's dantian. Boom! This palm directly pierced through Lan Jie's dantian, tearing his small world apart. Chapter 2365. Lu Ming's palm struck Lan Jie's dantian. The terrifying force tore Lan Jie's dantian into pieces. My dantian, my cultivation! Lan Jin screamed hysterically. Her eyes were filled with despair. I've said it before. If there's a next time, I'll kill all of you. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you or that I can't kill you? Lu Ming said coldly, causing the despair in Lan Ye's eyes to deepen. There was also fear in his despair. Lan Ye screamed in his throat. Die in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently. His palm suddenly shook and a terrifying force burst out, tearing Lan Ye's body into pieces. Kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards the rest of the Lan family. Bang. A two-star great emperor was almost smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. He retreated frantically, spurting out blood. He was extremely terrified. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched continuously, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The one-star great emperor couldn't block a single move from Lu Ming, and was instantly killed. Even though the two-star great emperor defended with all his might, he was still severely injured by Lu Ming's punch. As a result, Wu Xiang Great Emperor, Hun Tian Great Emperor, and Heavenly Fire Great Emperor took advantage of the fact that their opponents were severely injured to kill a few of them. Lu Ming. Lan Kong roared, his eyes turning red. Lu Ming, you're killing the people of the heaven boundary. Are you trying to disregard the lives of the people of the heaven boundary? They are the backbone of the battle against the evil god tribe. Lan Kong wanted to use this method to arouse the hatred of the others, so that they would work together to deal with Lu Ming. However, at that moment, no one made a move. Lu Ming's combat ability was shocking. Disregard the lives of others? Haha. Why didn't you think of this when you attacked us? Also, trash like you won't be of much use even if you're left alive. I'll deal with the evil god tribe. Lu Ming said coldly. A brilliant glow shrouded him as he threw out a punch, killing a severely injured two-star martial monarch. Lu Ming, remember this. My Lan family will not let you off. Lan Kong roared. He actually turned around and ran. He rushed out of a passage and disappeared. Lan Kong actually fled without a fight. Damn it. The remaining members of the Lan clan roared in despair. The Lan clan is full of trash. Lu Ming sneered and showed no mercy. With the help of Emperor Wu Xiang and the others, the remaining members of the Lan family were all killed in no time. Lu Ming, Martial Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others took the storage rings of the Lan clan and left the place. Next, Lu Ming and the others continued to explore the palace, but they didn't find anything. During this time, they encountered the evil god tribe and fought a big battle. Lu Ming and the others killed more than 10 members of the evil god tribe and forced them to retreat. Finally, they came to the deepest part of the palace. Here they found something. Here they found some chaos stones and origin stones. Most importantly, Lu Ming found a rare natural treasure. Divine wood liquid. Lu Ming was in a jade bottle. Lu Ming recognized this rare spiritual liquid and was overjoyed. This spiritual liquid contained extremely rich life essence and was not inferior to liquid fire. If Lu Ming cultivated with it, he had a chance to break through to the mid-5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts. Originally, if Lu Ming wanted to break through to the mid-5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts, he would need a long time to accumulate. It wasn't easy to cultivate an archaic body cultivator. It was very difficult. It was the same for the cultivation of the 7 divine mystic arts. Every breakthrough was very difficult. However, if he could obtain some rare natural treasures, it would be a different story. For example, liquid fire, divine wood liquid, and other rare treasures. These treasures contained rich life essence and could allow one's physical body to improve quickly. How could Lu Ming not be happy? As long as the 7 divine mystic arts broke through to the mid-5th level, his battle strength would skyrocket. At that time, with the combination of his physical body and laws, not to mention a 3-star great emperor, even a 4-star great emperor would be killed. The 4 of them kept the items and left in a flash, heading out of the palace. They had gained enough from this trip. The most important thing now was to find a place to cultivate and improve their strength. In a secret room in the palace, Lan Kang's figure flashed and turned into a big hand, grabbing balls of light in his hand. These balls of light were actually great Tao fragments. There were more than 10 of them. Ha ha ha, the heavens bless me. With these 10 great Tao fragments, my cultivation will definitely break through to the 4-star great emperor realm. Lu Ming, you will die then. Lan Kang's eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming and the others left the palace and flew into the distance. Along the way, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and took out a formation plate. He saw that the 8 pits on the disc array were all lit up. All 8 formation plates have been found. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. All 8 formation plates have been found. It seems like a storm is coming. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Now that all 8 formation plates had been found, it was time for the 2 sides to fight. The side that won would be able to leave this place alive. It was destined to be a fierce battle. Let's find a place to cultivate, and let the others fight. Right now, improving our strength is the most important thing. Lu Ming said. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others nodded. After all, they had a formation plate in their hands. They were not afraid that they would not be able to leave before the others. Soon they arrived at the top of a mountain. The mountain was the tallest in the area. Standing at the top of the mountain, they could see into the distance. They decided to cultivate at the top of the mountain. That way, they would be able to see into the distance and know what was going on outside. They immediately split the loot among themselves. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others only took a portion of the great Dao fragments. They left the rest to Lu Ming. After splitting the loot, they began to cultivate. Lu Ming took out the divine wood liquid and poured out a portion of it. He began to refine it. The strength of his flesh began to improve rapidly. However, the situation outside was slightly different from what Lu Ming and the others had expected. The two sides did not fight each other. Instead, they had gone into hiding. Meanwhile, Lu Ming refined some of the divine wood liquid and went out to investigate the situation. He was quite surprised when he discovered the situation. Perhaps they have learned something during this period. Their thoughts are the same as ours. They are planning to cultivate in seclusion before eliminating the enemy. Lu Ming guessed. After taking a look around, Lu Ming returned to the mountain and continued to wash his face. A few days later, some people came to their mountain. They originally wanted to occupy the mountain, but when they saw Lu Ming and the others, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated. The news of Lu Ming killing many experts of the Long clan had already spread among the people of the Heaven Realm. When the others saw Lu Ming, they naturally retreated in fear. Chapter 2366. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, Lu Ming had refined all the divine wood liquid. His 7 divine mystic art had finally achieved a breakthrough and reached the mid-stage of the 5th level. Lu Ming's physical strength had also increased tremendously. Now Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. With every breakthrough in the 7 gods' mysterious art, his physical strength would soar, and the increase would be extremely shocking. For example, in the early 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious technique, he could suppress a 1-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. When the 7 gods' mysterious technique broke through to the mid-5th level, he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. In the late 5th level, he could suppress a peak Great Emperor. With every breakthrough, his strength would increase tremendously. It would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill a 4-star Great Emperor with his physical strength and the power of the nomological laws. He might even be able to fight against a 5-star Great Emperor. The time has come. With my current strength, I can wipe out everyone in this formation. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were still cultivating. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. He continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. On a mountain peak that was thousands of miles away from Lu Ming and the rest, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Swoosh! A figure soared into the sky. His aura was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. I have finally broken through. The person muttered to himself. His eyes were shining with a terrifying radiance. This person was Long Kong. After several months of bitter cultivation, and refining a few pieces of great Dao fragments, he had finally broken through the bottleneck and became a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already considered a high-level Great Emperor. His combat strength had increased tremendously. Lan Kang's shocking aura also alarmed the people nearby. What a shocking aura! This is a 4-star Great Emperor. Lan Kang has broken through and become a 4-star Great Emperor. Great, a 4-star Great Emperor has appeared. We can finally annihilate the evil god tribe. Voices could be heard. Some were shocked, and some were ecstatic. Previously, whether it was the evil god tribe or the heaven domain, the strongest was a 3-star Great Emperor. The birth of a 4-star Great Emperor would definitely break the balance and give the heaven domain an absolute advantage. Boom. However, right at that moment, a terrifying aura rushed out from the distance. This aura was extremely astonishing, and it soared into the sky like a smoke signal. This aura was equivalent to a 4-star Great Emperor. This This is someone from the evil god race. Someone from the evil god race has also broken through. On the heaven realm side, someone cried out in alarm, his face pale. How could this be? Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star Emperor realm. He had thought that he would be able to annihilate the entire evil god tribe. Who would have thought that someone from the other races would also break through to 4-star Emperor realm? This caused everyone's hearts to sink. This way, the outcome of the battle would be hard to predict. Lan Kang's face also became gloomy and somewhat ugly. The foreign races also have people who have broken through to the 4-star Great Monarch realm. I don't have the confidence to kill them. I have to raise my cultivation a little more. Alright, I should look for Lu Ming. That kid has a huge amount of great Dao pieces. I'll sneak over and kill him, steal his great Dao pieces, and then find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Once I rank up to the 5 stars Martial Monarch realm, I'll be able to deal with the foreign tribes with ease. Lan Kang's eyes flickered coldly. Now is not the time to start the battle. I've just broken through, so I need some time to consolidate my cultivation. Keep an eye on the movements of the foreign tribes. If there's any news, let me know immediately. Lan Kang instructed the others. Now that his cultivation had reached the 4-star Martial Monarch realm, he had become the strongest expert of the Heaven realm. It went without saying that he had a superior attitude. Alright, we will. The others immediately nodded their heads with fawning looks. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on Lan Kang. Without Lan Kang, they would be slaughtered by the foreign tribes. The foreign tribes did not attack as they were intimidated by Lan Kang's breakthrough. Lan Kang rapidly flew toward the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were at. The others already knew that Lu Ming and the others had occupied the highest mountain nearby. Lan Kang had also heard the news. Not long after, Lan Kang arrived at the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were at. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His gaze was like stars as he looked at Lan Kang. Lan Kang, I didn't look for you, but you're here. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, hand over all the great Dao fragments you've obtained. Lan Kang said coldly. If you want my great Dao fragments, let's see if you have the ability to take them. Lu Ming said. Is that so? Lan Kang placed his hands behind his back and stood high in the sky with an arrogant look. Bang. Following this, Lan Kang suddenly took a step forward. As he took this step, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The Wu Xiang Martial Monarch, the Chaotic Heaven Martial Monarch, and the Heavenly Fire Martial Monarch had already woken up when Lan Kang arrived. They opened their eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, 4-star Martial Monarch, you've broken through to the 4-star Martial Monarch realm. Lan Kang chuckled and looked down at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, are you feeling desperate now? Desperate? Are you talking about yourself? Lu Ming said with a calm smile. For some reason, Lan Kang's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lu Ming's smile. He had a bad feeling about this. He's just pretending to be calm. His strength might be strong, but there's no way he's comparable to a 4-star Martial Monarch. Lan Kang warned himself. His cultivation was initially at the peak of the 3-star Martial Monarch realm. He was only able to break through so quickly with the help of the great Dao fragments. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true Monarch realm despite his strength. It was impossible for him to break through to the 4-star Martial Monarch realm in such a short time. Having figured this out, Lan Kang felt relieved. Stop being so mysterious. If you're not willing to hand it over, I'll take it myself, Lan Kang said. Following this, his figure dashed toward Lu Ming with a flicker. Roar. The roar of a lion echoed across the sky. Lan Kang threw a punch at Lu Ming. A purple lion appeared and lunged at Lu Ming. Watch out. The Wu Xiang Martial Monarchs were startled. This move again. I'm sick of it. Lu Ming's voice was heard as he threw out a palm strike. Puchi. Lu Ming's palm was like a heavenly saber that sliced through the void. The lion figure that Lan Kang had formed burst like a bubble. Lan Kang's pupils contracted rapidly. Although he had not used his full strength in the previous move, it was enough to severely injure a 3-star Martial Monarch. Given Lu Ming's strength, he should have been severely injured by the move. However, Lu Ming had easily defeated his attack. Something's not right. Lan Kong roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with doubt, and he was about to retreat. Lu Ming, let's fight another day. Lan Kong yelled and turned around to run. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed the 6 feathered godly wings and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated at least a few billion times per second. His body dashed forward at an indescribable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already near Lan Kong. Chapter 2367. Lan Kong turned pale with fright. With a roar, he unleashed his full strength and blasted a blow at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's punch shattered Lan Kang's attack. The terrifying fist force blasted towards Lan Kong like a torrential storm. Kacha! Lu Ming's fist bombarded Lan Kang's fist. Lan Kang's fist directly exploded, turning into blood, flesh, and bones that flew everywhere. The surging fist force continued to bombard Lan Kang's body. Lan Kong screamed as his body flew a few hundred miles away, crashing into a mountain peak. Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. The difference between Lu Ming and him was too great. It was a complete suppression. How can this be? How can this be? Lan Kong roared hysterically as he retreated frantically. At the same time, his aura erupted without any concealment, alarming the beings in the heaven domain. In the distance, the beings in the heaven domain noticed the commotion and rushed over. From afar, they saw a shocking scene. Lan Kong was being chased by Lu Ming. Everyone help! Lu Ming harbors a grudge and wants to kill me. Lan Kong roared. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Lan Kong unhurriedly. Didn't Lan Kong want to let him know what despair was? Then let him have a taste of despair. What? The beings in the heaven domain in the distance were dumbfounded, looking incredulous. Lu Ming wanted to kill Lan Kong. Didn't Lan Kong break through to 4-star Great Emperor? How did he end up in such a state? How can this be? Scream, scream. Let's see who can save you today. Lu Ming was calm and unruffled as he slowly approached Lan Kong. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I've broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. I'm the main force against the evil god tribe. You can't kill me. If you kill me, everyone in the heaven domain will die. Lan Kong screamed crazily. You're really stupid. Without you, everyone in the heaven domain will die? Where did you get your logic from? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Lu Ming was full of sarcasm. Lan Kong was tongue-tied. Given Lu Ming's battle prowess, would he still need Lan Kong? Most likely, Lan Kong alone would be enough to wipe out the entire evil god race. In the distance, the people from the heaven realm stopped, and even turned around to avoid Lan Kong. Yes, Lu Ming was their only hope now. With Lu Ming, they would be able to leave this place alive. As for Lan Kong, he could go die. Everyone, Lan Kong has targeted me time and time again. Just now he ran to kill me. Tell me, should I kill him? Lu Ming looked at the creatures from the heaven realm. Damn it. Such a despicable person deserves to die. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and looked at Lan Kong with contempt. Then he nodded and bowed to Lu Ming. That's right, he deserves to die. Such a despicable person. If it weren't for my low cultivation, I would have killed him long ago. That's right, that's right. Everyone else echoed. What a joke. Now that Lu Ming's strength was far beyond Lan Kang's, they needed to rely on Lu Ming to leave this place alive. Naturally, they would rely on Lu Ming. As for Lan Kong, who was he? You, Lan Kong roared, his eyes filled with despair. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying fist force crushed toward Lan Kong as if it could topple the mountains and trample the seas. Bam! Lan Kang's body was like a broken sack, flying far away and crashing into a mountain peak. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. Now, do you know what despair is? Lu Ming stood on top of Lan Kang's head and said coldly. Lan Kong kept spitting out blood, and the despair in his eyes intensified. At this moment, he was not only worried about his own life, but also about the Lan family. Lu Ming was too perverted. Moreover, he had great luck. Before entering the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming's strength was only on par with Lan Yu. It would take a lot of effort to defeat Lan Yu. But now, after entering the Void Sacred Island for 2 years, Lu Ming's strength had skyrocketed to such an extent that he could crush a 4-star Great Emperor. This was simply shocking. 2 years was just a blink of an eye for a great emperor. A great emperor would need tens of thousands of years to break through to the next level. It could even take hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lu Ming had skyrocketed to such an extent in just 2 years. If he continued to grow, the Lan family would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, he really wanted to tell the Lan family's heavenly emperor and Lan family's old ancestor to bury the hatchet with Lu Ming and resolve the grudge with Lu Ming. If they could not resolve the grudge, they would have to eliminate Lu Ming at all costs. Otherwise, the Lan family would be destroyed in a few years' time. Unfortunately, he was destined not to be able to say these words. Be on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying power erupted, drowning Lan Kang. Lan Kang was dead. Following that, Lu Ming kept Lan Kang's storage ring. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and found that there was a disk array in Lan Kang's storage ring. Who else has a disk array? Give it to me. Lu Ming looked at the beings of the heavenly realm. I have one. I have one. 2 beings of the heavenly realm walked out, and took out a disk array each. This way, Lu Ming had 4 disk arrays in his hands. It seems like the other disk arrays are in the hands of the evil god tribe. It's time to leave this place, Lu Ming muttered. He then looked at Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 and smiled. 3 deans, let's make a trip to the strange races. All right. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were excited. Immediately, Lu Ming took the lead, and they headed in the direction of the strange races. Lu Ming has gone to kill the strange races. Let's go and take a look. Haha, we can go out now. The beings of the heavenly realm were overjoyed, and they quickly followed behind Lu Ming. Soon, they arrived at the place where the strange races were gathered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures flashed in front of them. Almost 100 strange races gathered together, and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Ants of the heavenly realm, you are finally here. Let us fight it out. Among the strange races, an extremely burly evil god tribe member said coldly. The aura emitted from his body was extremely shocking. It was equivalent to a 4-star great emperor. Bam! Bam! After arriving, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He stepped on the void and walked toward the strange races. A little brat dares to be so bold. He's courting death. I'll kill him. A skinny strange race member with 4 arms rushed toward Lu Ming. This kind of alien race was known for their speed. They were extremely fast. His figure flashed a few times and he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, 4 beams of light suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming and slashed at his vital points. However, Lu Ming stood there as if he did not know that someone was attacking him. Just as the 4 sharp lights were about to slash Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. In an instant, all the sharp lights disappeared and a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 2368. Lu Ming clasped the neck of the alien race member with one hand. The alien race member was like a baby, struggling madly. His 2 legs, 4 limbs, and arms kept flailing. His face was flushed red and his eyes were popping out. A 2-star great monarch can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said indifferently. Asterisk hiss hiss hiss. Asterisk the heaven domain's side was still fine, but the foreign race's side was filled with gasps. A 2-star great emperor who was astonishingly fast was as vulnerable as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. How was this possible? Everyone's eyes narrowed, including the 4-star great monarch. It seems like you're the one who broke through to the 4-star great monarch realm, the 4-star great monarch said. Lu Ming smiled faintly, declining to comment. It was normal for the other party to think that he was the 4-star great monarch. Other than a 4-star great monarch, who else had the strength to take down a 2-star great monarch so easily? Not even a 3-star great monarch. Bang! Lu Ming's palm exploded with force, killing the skinny foreign being. At the side, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua exclaimed. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had grown to such a level. Killing a 2-star great monarch was like killing an ant to him. That was a 2-star great emperor. In the primal mountain, that was an overlord of a region. He was a high and mighty figure that suppressed all directions. Then let's have a battle to the death. The 4-star martial monarch stepped forth as a battle axe appeared in his hands. A powerful aura burst forth from him. I'm done playing with you guys. Let's end this. Lu Ming muttered. The muscles on his body began to vibrate violently. Whoosh. Lu Ming's figure dashed forward. His speed was faster than anyone could react. In an instant, he was in front of the 4-star Great Monarch. How is this possible? The 4-star Great Monarch's eyes widened. He was almost scared to death. He then unleashed all his strength to defend himself. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch, and the overwhelming force of the punch blasted toward the alien race in front of him. Bang. The outsider was sent flying, and a large hole appeared in his body. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura withered. He had been seriously injured by Lu Ming in a single move. Run. The other outsiders reacted and were almost scared to death. They then turned and ran. They understood that they had encountered an opponent that they couldn't defeat. Even a 4-star Great Sovereign was severely injured by a single move. If they were to go against him, only death would await them. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl and leaped forward to kill. His fists continuously blasted out. A series of fists streaked across the sky and blasted toward the non-humans. Among the foreign races, there were a few 3-star Great Emperors who were struck by Lu Ming's fist force. They were killed instantly and exploded in the air. Kill! Wu Xiang Great Emperor roared, and together with Chaos Heaven Great Emperor and Heaven Fire Great Emperor, they charged towards the non-humankind. Let's attack together. The other beings from the Heaven Realm also roared and charged toward the outsiders. Only by killing all the outsiders would they be able to leave. This concerned their lives, so naturally, they all unleashed their full power. This was a massacre, and there were no surprises. Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously. Every time he flickered, a few non-humankind beings would be killed by him, and their storage rings would be collected by him. You won't be able to escape. Lu Ming stared at the 4-star Great Emperor. This outsider wanted to escape, but he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in a single move. There was no way he could escape. Lu Ming rushed forward and killed this outsider in 2 moves. After collecting his storage bracelet, he turned around and killed the other non-humankind beings. The non-humankind beings fled for their lives, but they couldn't escape at all. Lu Ming and the others caught up and killed them one by one. After a while, all the non-humankind beings present were killed by Lu Ming and the others. Take a look and see if there are any formation plates in their storage bracelets. Lu Ming instructed. He took out the storage bracelets he had obtained from the non-humankind beings and checked them. Without a doubt, Lu Ming had obtained the most storage bracelets. There were a total of 50 to 60 storage bracelets. In the end, Lu Ming found 3 formation plates. The others found 1 as well. 8 formation plates were gathered. The formation spirit said that we have to kill everyone on the other side before we can leave. There might be some non-humankind beings who escaped and are hiding somewhere. During this period of time, you guys should look around and find those who escaped. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Right now, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most powerful person. Naturally, the rest would listen to him instinctively. The creatures of the Heaven Realm formed groups of a few people and spread out to search for the fish that escaped the net. Of course, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with such things. He found a place to cultivate and comprehend the laws in peace. Now the reincarnation laws and primordial laws had both reached the 3rd realm. Lu Ming began to plan to comprehend the other strongest laws. Next, Lu Ming chose the eternal laws and began to comprehend them. The more laws he comprehended, the easier it was for Lu Ming to comprehend the laws. After a few days, he had mastered the eternal laws. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, the people from the Heaven Realm had searched this area. As expected, there were some non-humankind beings who escaped, and were found and killed one by one. Now they concluded that there were no non-humankind beings who escaped. At this moment, everyone gathered and flew towards the door that they had entered from. As soon as they arrived, the figure of the young formation spirit appeared. I didn't expect you to complete my request so quickly. How boring. The formation spirit sighed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Would the formation spirit go back on his word and make some strange requests? You won't go back on your word, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Although I'm bored, I'm a man of my word. Take out the formation plates. The formation spirit pursed his lips and said. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 8 formation plates appeared. The formation spirit stretched out his hand. An array of light flashed. The 8 formation plates vibrated and emitted a bright light. They flew towards the door and merged with it. Crack. The door opened. Everyone was overjoyed. Let's go. Someone was overjoyed and rushed out. This time, there was no obstruction. That person rushed out of the door and disappeared. Let's go, let's go. The rest of the people rushed out of the door. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, and the others did the same. When they rushed out of the door, they found that they had already left the huge tower and were outside. How boring! The formation spirit's voice came from the huge tower. Then the huge tower door closed. Let's go, deans, Lu Ming said and left with the 3 deans. The others also left. Next, Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua headed towards the depths of the void sacred island. Roar! Chapter 2369. With a roar, the sky changed color and the earth shook. A terrifying murderous aura spread from the front. Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua were shocked. The reason for that was because that roar gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. It made one's hair stand on end. Swoosh. Swoosh. Following that, Lu Ming and the rest saw streaks of rainbow lights flying toward them from the distant sky. They were flying from the depths of the void sacred island. There was an expert in each of the rainbow lights, and each of them was extremely terrifying. None of them were weaker than Long Kong. This meant that these people were all high-level great emperors. Some of them had a terrifying aura that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Peak Great Emperors. Lu Ming judged that a few of them had reached the peak Great Emperor realm. There were beings from the heaven boundary and the evil god tribe among them. But now, these people seemed to have encountered something terrifying and were running for their lives. Roar. Another roar came from the depths of the void sacred island. Then a huge creature appeared in the sky. A huge white tiger stood on the ground. Its back was taller than the mountains. With a roar, the mountains exploded. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming and the others felt a terrifying pressure coming at them. Could it be one of the legendary 4 divine beasts, the white tiger? Emperor Wuxiang cried out in shock. What? The 4 divine beasts? The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed drastically. The 4 divine beasts were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger and black tortoise. Legend had it that the 4 divine beasts were ancient divine beasts in the heaven boundary. They were extremely powerful, and were on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. There were legends of the 4 divine beasts in various places. However, they weren't the legendary 4 divine beasts. They only had the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Could it be that one had really appeared? Impossible. The real 4 divine beasts are on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. Although this one is powerful, it's not that powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed. Roar. The white tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. It stomped on the ground with all 4 of its limbs, causing the mountains to crumble and the rocks to shake the sky. Its huge body rushed towards the fleeing experts. Its eyes turned silver white, and 2 silver white sword lights slashed out. A miserable shriek was heard. An existence that was at least a 5-star great sovereign was killed in the air by 2 sword lights. He had no power to resist at all. Let's go. Lu Ming roared and turned to flee with Emperor Wuxiang and the others. However, the people behind them, as well as the white tiger, were astonishingly fast. The distance between them and them was rapidly closing. How unlucky! Lu Ming, Emperor Wuxiang, and the others sighed inwardly. They had just escaped from the array formation. Yet they encountered such a terrifying white tiger. They were truly unlucky. Let's not go in the same direction as those people, Emperor Wuxiang shouted. There was probably a reason why the white tiger was chasing after those people. Immediately, they changed their direction and rushed to the side. There was a risk in doing so. Once the white tiger targeted them, it would be easier for it to catch up to them. However, they had no other choice now. With their strength, they definitely couldn't outrun those 5-star great sovereigns, or even peak great sovereigns. If they continued to run and the white tiger caught up to them, they would probably be slapped to death. They could only take the risk. They had made the right bet. The white tiger roared and didn't target them. Instead, it chased after the strongest experts. Lu Ming and the others didn't stop. They ran for a distance before stopping. At this point, the white tiger had already chased after the others. It seems like the white tiger has targeted the strongest experts. Those people must have offended the white tiger. Emperor Hun Tian guessed. I didn't expect the Void Sacred Island to have such a terrifying white tiger. This white tiger's strength is definitely above the great sovereign realm. Could it be a heavenly emperor? Emperor Wu Xiang said. Everyone's expression was solemn. Heavenly emperors couldn't enter the Void Sacred Island. If the white tiger was really a heavenly emperor, then it would be terrifying. No one would be able to defeat it. Immediately, they left this place and ran into the distance, wanting to get away from the white tiger. However, a few hours later, their expressions changed drastically. This was because there was an extremely sharp cry in front of them. It pierced through space and time. A large group of people ran for their lives. Some were from the heavenly realm, and some were from the evil god tribe. Behind these people, a huge phoenix spread its wings and chased after them. Vermilion bird. Lu Ming and the others looked at each other. Their voices were hoarse. First, they saw the white tiger. Now they saw the vermilion bird. Could it be that all the divine beasts had appeared? Let's go. Without hesitation, the four of them turned and ran. This time, they were experienced and ran in another direction. Indeed, the vermilion bird was chasing after the strongest group. Not long after, they successfully escaped. The white tiger and vermilion bird have both appeared. What happened in the depths of the Void Sacred Island? Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. Next, they found a secluded place to hide. In the next few days, they would hear terrifying roars from time to time. A few days later, the roars disappeared. At this time, they came out of their hiding place and met some experts. Many of them were high-level great emperors. They asked the other party and found out a lot. In the past few years, the great emperors of the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe had been roaming the Void Sacred Island, fighting and searching for treasures. Although the Void Sacred Island was large, it had been almost completely searched in the past few years. Some time ago, everyone found a secret place. That place was suspected to be the core of the Void Sacred Island. It was very likely that it was the place where the owner of the Void Sacred Island would preach. This discovery was truly incredible. What kind of person was the owner of the Void Sacred Island? He should be someone who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. If it was really the place where he preached, there would be great opportunities. Many experts gathered, intending to enter that place to explore. However, there were actually 4 terrifying divine beasts guarding that place. They were exactly the same as the legendary 4 divine beasts. However, their fighting strength was not as strong as the legendary 4 divine beasts. They should have barely reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if they had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, they were not people that the great emperors could contend with. The 4 divine beasts had gone berserk. A large number of experts from the Heavenly realm and the evil god tribe had fallen. The remaining people were chased by the 4 divine beasts. That was why Lu Ming and the others had encountered the Void Sacred Island. Now, the 4 divine beasts are roaming the depths of the Void Sacred Island. All the experts have retreated from the depths of the Void Sacred Island. They do not dare to go in. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous. A high-level great emperor sighed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, his fighting strength had increased greatly. He had planned to explore the Void Sacred Island and try his luck. It seemed like he could only cancel this plan and stay in the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. There must be opportunities in the core area. Now many experts are hiding in the periphery of the Void Sacred Island, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 2370. Lu Ming could only give up on the idea of entering the Void Sacred Island. They found a secluded place to hide and cultivate in peace. To the current Lu Ming, comprehending the laws here was a great opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. Even if he couldn't get other opportunities, Lu Ming was satisfied. Lu Ming comprehended the laws in peace. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were focused on refining the great Tao fragments. They hoped to take another step forward and become a 3-star great emperor. Just like that, the days pass one by one. During this time, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Ho would take turns to go out and gather information to investigate the current situation. Now, on the Void Sacred Island, whether it was the living beings of the Heaven Realm or the experts of the other races, they were like them. They were hiding and didn't dare to move. This was because there were 4 terrifying divine beasts in the depths of the Void Sacred Island. 2 of them were guarding the core area, and the other 2 were roaming around. Once they found the living beings of the Heaven Realm or the evil god tribe, they would immediately start a massacre. Therefore, it was impossible for those experts to have any ideas about the core area. As for Lu Ming, he also cultivated in peace. He didn't care about anything else. To Lu Ming, the Void Sacred Island was more useful than any holy land for cultivation. If he left the Void Sacred Island, where could he find such a good holy land for cultivation? However, there was one thing that Lu Ming wouldn't forget. That was the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Previously, in the giant tower, Lu Ming had killed a large number of evil god tribe members. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. The storage rings of these evil god tribe members had all fallen into his hands. These evil god tribe members were all great emperors. Their storage rings contained a large number of black crystals. Moreover, the quality was very high and they contained a lot of energy. Although it was very difficult for the living beings of the Heaven Realm to absorb these crystals, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body could absorb and store the energy. Lu Ming split a portion of his attention to control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to absorb the energy of these crystals and store it. Just like that, time flew. Spring went and autumn came. 5 years passed in a flash. This could be said to be the longest seclusion Lu Ming had ever cultivated. This closed-door seclusion, Lu Ming's harvest was very great. Lu Ming had cultivated the laws of eternity, the laws of nothingness, and the laws of space to the 3rd realm. However, the remaining 2 laws of the top 10, the law of fate and the law of karma, were extremely difficult to cultivate. The laws of fate were extremely mysterious and difficult to grasp. Lu Ming had tried several times, but he did not manage to grasp them. As for the laws of karma, they were generally something that only Buddhists would be able to comprehend. Buddhism emphasized the cycle of karma. Without such a state of mind, it was very difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated 8 of his strongest laws to the 3rd level. His comprehension of the laws had reached an astonishing level. By relying on his amazing perception, Lu Ming had managed to comprehend the karma laws. Not only that, but Lu Ming also comprehended other Qingdao laws in these 5 years. For example, the indestructible ancient scripture required the law of undying flame, the law of Vajra, and the law of kings. Lu Ming had cultivated a total of 3 law of kings to the 3rd level. Moreover, Lu Ming had also spent a large amount of time to fuse these laws and evolve them into divine abilities. In 5 years, not only did he comprehend 3 of his strongest laws and 3 law of kings to the 3rd level, but he also evolved them into divine abilities. This was absolutely impossible outside. It would probably take more than 100 years. But here he had done it in 5 years. Now Lu Ming already had 17 laws that had reached the 3rd level. When these 17 laws were fused together, the power was astonishing. However, it did not increase Lu Ming's battle strength by much. The main reason was that Lu Ming's current physical body realm was too high. With just his physical body he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. In the Great Emperor realm, the higher one's strength was, the greater the gap between them. As for the laws, they were just laws after all. They could not be compared to the Great Tao. No matter how many laws there were, it was still the same. Lu Ming might be able to rely on a large number of laws to challenge a 1-star Great Emperor, or even a 2-star Great Emperor. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to challenge them with just laws. Unless Lu Ming used these laws to rush into the Great Emperor realm and evolve them into the Great Tao, his power would skyrocket. However, Lu Ming did not have any plans to break through to the Great Emperor realm. At the very least, he wanted to cultivate all 10 of his strongest laws to the 3rd level. He even wanted to cultivate more of his Law of Kings to the 3rd level. When he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Great Tao would be amazing. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine, but he was also looking forward to it. Therefore, Lu Ming estimated that if he went all out, he would be able to suppress a 5-star Great Emperor. However, he would definitely not be a match for a 6-star Great Emperor. As for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, it had absorbed a large amount of black crystals from the evil god tribe. It had been filled with energy for a long time. Yes, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached 100%. Now, with the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, he could compete with a peak Great Emperor. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed over. It was Emperor Wuxiang. Previously, Emperor Wuxiang had gone out to gather information. When Emperor Wuxiang returned, Emperor Hun Tian and Emperor Tian Hua also opened their eyes. "Everyone, there's big news outside," Emperor Wuxiang quickly said as soon as he returned. "What news?" Lu Ming's interest was piqued. During this period of time, the experts from the Heaven World and the Evil God Tribe have reached an agreement. They plan to join forces to deal with the 4 divine beasts and enter the core area. Emperor Wuxiang said, "Join forces?" The combat strength of the 4 divine beasts has reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even the weakest Heavenly Emperor is far stronger than a Great Emperor. Even if the 2 sides join forces, they won't be a match for a Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Tian Hua was suspicious. Yes, but this matter has already alarmed the Heavenly Emperors outside the Void Sacred Island. The Heavenly Emperors from the Heaven World are planning to send 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers to kill the 4 divine beasts. Emperor Wuxiang said, "Heavenly Dao soldiers." Lu Ming and the others widened their eyes in shock. What a big deal. They were actually sending 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers. Obviously, the Heavenly Emperors outside the Void Sacred Island valued the core area very much. It said that the Heavenly Emperors borrowed them from a few peerless experts. Also, the Heavenly Emperors from the Evil God Tribe also want to take out a few Heavenly Dao soldiers of the same level to deal with the divine beasts. Emperor Wuxiang said, "When are we going to take action?" Lu Ming asked. "At most half a month." Now the experts from the Heaven World and the Evil God Tribe are discussing the specific plan of action. Emperor Wuxiang said. Lu Ming pondered. In the end, he decided to make a trip. The core area could not be missed. The combat strength of the 4 divine beasts was barely at the Heavenly Emperor realm. If there were many peak Great Emperors activating the Heavenly Dao soldiers, they might be able to kill the 4 divine beasts. At that time, they would be able to enter the core area. Now that Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak, his life-saving ability was even stronger. Moreover, he had the physical body of a Heavenly Emperor. It was not impossible for him to try his luck. "Lu Ming, if you want to go, you must be careful," Emperor Wuxiang and the others warned. Chapter 2371. Next, Lu Ming and the others ended their seclusion and paid close attention to the movements of the outside world. 10 days later, the experts of the Heaven Realm sent out a message to gather all the high-level Great Emperors and head to the core area together. It wasn't that those experts were so kind and wanted to reap the benefits together, but they needed strength. Even if they killed the 4 divine beasts, they would have to face the experts of the Evil God Tribe later. They had to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by the Evil God Tribe after killing the 4 divine beasts. Lu Ming bade farewell to Emperor Wuxiang and the others and headed in a direction. After flying for a long distance, they arrived at a mountain valley. In comparison, this place was rather secretive. When Lu Ming arrived, he found that there were already many people gathered here. More than 300. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little shocked. There were already more than 300 living beings gathered here. This number was very shocking. One had to know that almost all the people here were high-level Great Emperors. These people were from various races. The human race was the most, and there were also various divine beasts. Although most of them were in human form, Lu Ming could still sense them through their aura. He's Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived, someone recognized Lu Ming and revealed a look of shock. Lu Ming actually dared to come here. One had to know that those who could come here were high-level Great Emperors. Could it be that Lu Ming already had the strength of a high-level Great Emperor? Impossible. Most of them shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just here to try his luck. However, there were a few people who looked serious. This was because the news of Lu Ming easily killing a 4-star great emperor expert in the giant tower had spread. Some of them had heard of this matter. Lu Ming arrived, walked to the side, and waited patiently. As time passed, more and more people came. Gradually, the number exceeded 500. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a little Taoist looking around furtively. If it wasn't Dandan, who else could it be? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Dandan had indeed come to the Void Sacred Island. Wherever there were treasures, this guy would definitely be there. Dandan, Lu Ming called out. Who is it? Dandan jumped in fright and looked around. When it saw Lu Ming, it revealed a smile and flew over. So it's you. Why? Have you broken through to the Great Emperor realm? You dare to come here? Dandan's attention to him. You. This guy was indeed one of the top 10 combat beasts. It was very knowledgeable, and could tell some of Lu Ming's secrets at one glance. You've improved tremendously. Lu Ming laughed. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of surprise. Dandan's cultivation was unfathomable in his eyes. Needless to say, this guy had reached the Great Emperor realm a long time ago. Moreover, he had reached a very high level. Ha ha ha, then you should know who I am. Dandan grinned. Of course, the two of them chatted through telepathy to prevent others from eavesdropping on their secrets. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, and were chatting casually. Later on, the number of people who came here gradually decreased. 3 days later, there were more than 600 people gathered here. They were all high-level great emperors and above. Any one of them would be an expert in the outside world. Everyone. At this moment, a group of people stepped out. There were about a dozen of them. Their auras were profound and unfathomable. They are all peak great emperors. Dandan sent a telepathic message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded secretly. These people were probably the strongest group of people in the heaven boundary. A burly man with a bearded face looked like a lion. He looked around and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hongshi." He paused for a moment and said, "Now let me tell you what we need to do. In the depths of the Void Sacred Island, there is a place that is most likely the real dojo left behind by the owner of this island. However, there are indeed 4 divine beasts guarding it. The 4 divine beasts have the legendary bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Their combat strength has reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. First, our goal is to get rid of the 4 divine beasts. Of the 4 divine beasts, 2 have been guarding the core area, while the other 2 have been patrolling and cruising outside. Therefore, we only need to get rid of 2 of them. As for the 2 cruising beasts, we only need to send someone to attract their attention." Send someone to attract their attention? Many people's faces darkened. It was definitely very dangerous to send someone to attract the 2 cruising divine beasts. Who would be willing to do it? Hongshi saw through everyone's thoughts and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about this. We have already sent people out. They are all experts in speed and life-saving abilities. They will be enough to attract that divine beast for a period of time. As for the other divine beast, we will leave it to the Evil God tribe. This time we've discussed it with the Evil God tribe. Of the 4 divine beasts, each side will deal with 2. Now that the one roaming outside has been dealt with, the next step is to deal with the 2 divine beasts guarding the core area. Similarly, we and the Evil God tribe will deal with 1 divine beast each. In the end, we will enter the core area and fight for the treasures with our own abilities." Hongshi spoke a long string of words, and everyone nodded, understanding the gist of it. "It's about time. Let's set off now." After Hongshi finished speaking, he took the lead and flew toward the Void Sacred Island. More than 600 experts followed him. They had already sent someone to attract the attention of 1 divine beast. Naturally, they knew the safe route. Therefore, they were very fast and flew toward the Void Sacred Island. They were not afraid of encountering that divine beast. A day later, they had already arrived at the central area of the Void Sacred Island. Here they slowed down. Soon they came to a mountain peak and looked into the distance. There was an area in front. It was misty as if it was shrouded in fog. Even with their eyesight, they could not see through the fog. There was only a huge arched door in the south. This arched door was open. From afar, they could see a stone staircase behind the arched door. This is the core area. However, the fog is formed by a great array. We can't enter at all. If we want to enter, we can only go through that arched door. However, as long as we appear, those two divine beasts will also appear. Therefore, we have to deal with those two divine beasts first. Hongshi explained. The people from the evil god tribe should also be here. I will go and contact the people from the evil god tribe. Later, we will move together and deal with one divine beast each. A white-haired old man said. Then his figure flashed and he left. Not long after, the white-haired old man returned. The people from the evil god tribe have arrived. 10 minutes later, we will attack together. The white-haired old man said. Everyone nodded and waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Let's go, Hongshi said. Everyone retracted their auras and flew toward the core area. Chapter 2372. So many people. Many people's hearts sank. They realized that there were about 900 people from the evil god tribe, which was a few hundred more than them. The experts from both sides quickly got close to the core. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were nearing the core area, there was a violent roar in the fog. The ground was shaking continuously. Then a huge monster appeared. It was a huge tortoise. This tortoise was even bigger than a mountain. It had a thick tortoise shell on its back, a dragon head, and a snake tail. It was very similar to one of the 4 legendary divine beasts, the black tortoise. Roar. The black tortoise let out a loud roar, and the ground shook. Countless rocks started to move, turning into stone swords that slashed at them. Sacrifice the Heaven Dao soldier. Hongshi shouted. He waved his hand, and a purple gold battle sword appeared, emitting a shocking aura and pressure. 5 or 6 peak great emperors attacked together, and their great Daos and world energy infused into the purple gold battle sword. The purple gold battle sword let out a sword cry, and it grew rapidly. This was the Heaven Dao soldier. 5 or 6 peak great emperors joined forces to control the Heaven Dao soldier. Although they couldn't unleash the full power of the Heaven Dao soldier, it was still terrifying. The purple gold battle sword vibrated, and a faint Heaven Dao pressure spread out. At the same time, purple sword chi burst out, shattering the stone swords of the black tortoise. In addition, some peak great emperors took out another Heaven Dao soldier. This time they borrowed a total of 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. The second Heaven Dao soldier was a round bead. It was as black as ink, but its power was also terrifying. 7 or 8 peak great emperors controlled this Heaven Dao soldier. The black bead became huge, and it suppressed the black tortoise. More than 10 peak great emperors controlled 2 Heaven Dao soldiers to attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise roared, and a shocking aura burst out. The ground shook, and endless rocks and soil formed all kinds of attacks, attacking the 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. An intense battle broke out between the 2 sides. Roar. At the same time, a dragon roar came from another direction. A huge azure dragon appeared, and its body was winding. Its aura was wild, and it charged at the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe also took out 2 Heaven Dao soldiers, and they fought with the azure dragon. Boom. Boom. On the Heaven Realm's side, the 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers exploded with terrifying power. This kind of power had completely surpassed the Great Emperor level, and entered the Heavenly Emperor level. The 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers attacked at the same time. They immediately destroyed some of the black tortoise's attacks and attacked it. Clang! A purplish gold sword beam slashed at the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise moved its body and the sword beam slashed at the tortoise shell, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Such a strong defense. The people from the Heaven Realm had ugly expressions on their faces. Boom. At this moment, the black bead also came crashing down, but the black tortoise still managed to avoid being hit in its vitals. When the bead hit the tortoise shell, the black tortoise only trembled slightly, and was forced back a few steps. At this moment, a wail rang out from afar. The azure dragon had been struck by the evil god tribe's battle weapon, and a deep wound had appeared on its body. Now that the azure dragon was injured, the evil god race gained the upper hand. Damn it, our luck is too bad. We actually encountered the black tortoise. Hongshi roared furiously, somewhat unwilling to accept this. It was not that the black tortoise was stronger than the azure dragon. The difference in strength between the two was not big. With the two heavenly Tao soldiers, they should be able to suppress the other party and even kill it. However, the black tortoise's defense was too strong. The black tortoise was known for its defense. The black tortoise's defense was far above the azure dragon's, and its vitality was tenacious. It was even harder to deal with. Before they attacked, they were afraid of encountering the black tortoise. Unexpectedly, they really encountered it. Everyone attacked together. Hong Shi roared, calling for everyone to attack. Kill, kill. Everyone made their move. There were more than 600 of them, and all of them were high-level great sovereigns. When they attacked together, their power was shocking. Beams of dazzling light bombarded the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise's head and limbs directly retracted into its tortoise shell. When all the attacks landed on its tortoise shell, only intense rumbles could be heard. The black tortoise was completely fine. It could not break the other party's defense at all. More than 10 peak great emperors controlled the heavenly Tao soldiers to attack, but they were also blocked by the other party. However, the moment the people from the heaven realm stopped attacking or weakened their attacks, the black tortoise would immediately counterattack. With the black tortoise's strength, it was a great threat to them. Not far away, the azure dragon let out a mournful cry. Another wound appeared on its body. The azure dragon's defense was far inferior to the black tortoise's. At this moment, it was retreating step by step. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Ha ha ha, this treasure land will belong to us. The people from the evil god tribe laughed heartily. As long as they killed the azure dragon first and entered the core area first, the treasures in the core area would be theirs. Attack together. On the evil god tribe's side, they also called for everyone to attack together. With 800 to 900 high-level great emperors attacking together, it was simply apocalyptic. Immediately, the azure dragon's injuries worsened. Wounds kept appearing on its body, and its aura became weaker and weaker. It was increasingly not a match for them. Damn it! On the heaven realm's side, many people roared angrily. If this continued, they would not be able to obtain anything. Wouldn't the evil god tribe benefit from this? Even if they benefited others, they could not let the evil god tribe benefit. It seems like I have to personally take action. At the side, Dandan spoke. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine turtle. It was also a turtle, and it was a peak existence among the turtle species. Even the real black tortoise was only on par with Dandan. Not to mention that this one only had some of the bloodline of the real black tortoise. Dandan soared into the sky, and its body underwent a drastic change. It directly turned into a giant turtle. Then its body grew bigger and bigger, almost filling up the entire sky. The turtle shell was covered with mysterious patterns, as if it was a world of its own. Junior, why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Dandan looked at the black tortoise, and a huge pressure pressed down on the black tortoise. The black tortoise's eyes were filled with shock and fear. This was the fear of a lower being facing a higher being. Although Dandan's cultivation was inferior to the other parties, the world divine turtle was definitely at the top of the turtle species. Attack. At this moment, Hong Shi and the others seized the opportunity to control the heavenly Tao soldier and attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise was intimidated by Dandan's aura. Its mind was shaken, and its movements were much slower. Instantly, its head was hit. Poof. The purple-gold heavenly Tao soldier was incomparably huge. The entire sword was inserted into the black tortoise's head. The black tortoise's turtle shell had astonishing defensive power. However, its head and limbs had very weak defensive power, even weaker than other divine beasts. They were its weak points. Chapter 2373. The others immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Boom. The huge black bead pressed down and bombarded the black tortoise's head, causing it to be injured even more. Following that, the attacks of the experts from the heaven realm also landed on the wound on the black tortoise's head, causing it to be injured even more. Roar. The black tortoise howled. Finally, its huge body charged towards the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. The black tortoise fought back with all its might. If they were hit by it, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Everyone dodged. The black tortoise took the opportunity to retract its 4 limbs and head into its shell. Then, like a ball, it actually rolled into the distance and escaped. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect the black tortoise to escape directly. Everyone thought that the black tortoise would protect this place with its life. Perhaps it was the effect of the world turtle. Everyone looked at Dandan and guessed in their hearts. The black tortoise might have been frightened by the world turtle. In addition, it was heavily injured, so it escaped. Dandan had been wandering in the heaven realm all these years. Many people had already heard of his name. Haha, the black tortoise has escaped. Let's go in. Someone laughed loudly and rushed towards the arched door. Damn it! The people from the evil god tribe roared. They originally thought that they would have the upper hand, but they didn't expect that the heaven realm would have the upper hand. Kill, kill, kill. The people from the evil god tribe were anxious and attacked with all their might. Instantly, the injuries of the azure dragon became even more serious. Its dragon claws were cut off. Lu Ming and the others had already arrived at the door. The arched door was very huge. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. A few hundred of them could easily pass through. Their eyes were burning as they rushed into the arched door. At this moment, Dandan had already transformed into his human form and rushed into the arched door with Lu Ming. Behind the arched door was a mountain. In front of them, there was a stone staircase that led to the top of the mountain. As soon as they walked into the arched door, they immediately felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. That pressure was the same as the pressure in other places of the Void Divine Island. It could suppress the heavenly Tao. However, the pressure here was even stronger. In other places they could still fly. But here, they found that they couldn't fly. Even walking was difficult. Bang! Bang! Someone took a step forward and walked up the stone staircase with difficulty. Since he couldn't fly, he could only walk. Lu Ming and Dandan also climbed up the stone stairs. That pressure was too strong. Their walking speed was extremely slow. Only the peak martial monarchs fared better. They were the fastest, climbing the stairs one step at a time. Some 4-star great emperors were as slow as snails. Lu Ming's speed was considered above average among these people. Lu Ming, your speed can't keep up. Dandan took a few steps forward. His speed wasn't any slower than those peak stage great emperors. Dandan, you've become a peak great emperor? Lu Ming asked. No 6-star martial monarchs, but I'm sure my strength is on par with theirs. Dandan looked confident. Everyone used all their strength to climb, but not long after, the members of the evil god race still managed to rush in. Evidently, the azure dragon was also killed by them. The 800 to 900 members of the evil god race also started to climb, but they were also under great pressure. However, some of the peak stage great emperors were still very fast. They continued to move forward and soon surpassed the 4-star great emperors of the heaven domain. What is that? A statue. After walking for a while, they saw a body at the end of the stone stairs. It was obviously a statue. The statue was of a middle-aged man. Although it was just a statue, it still had a domineering aura. That pressure seems to be coming from that statue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He really had this feeling. It seemed that the pressure was coming from that statue, and was even spreading throughout the entire Void Sacred Island. After a while, the peak stage great emperor of the heaven domain who was walking at the front had finished climbing the stone stairs. He walked to the top and disappeared. Everyone was anxious and climbed with all their strength. After a while, Lu Ming finally reached the end of the stone stairs and reached the top. There were also some peak stage great emperors of the evil god race who were similar to him. At the end of the stone stairs was the peak of the mountain. However, there was nothing here except for a statue. The statue emitted a terrifying pressure. The dozen or so peak stage great emperors of the heaven domain who had stepped on the stone stairs earlier stood under the statue with a gloomy expression. Boom. Boom. After arriving here, the pressure was even stronger. Every step they took would cause the ground to rumble. What's going on? What did you get here? An expert of the evil god race questioned the experts of the heaven domain. There's nothing. There's nothing on this mountaintop except for this statue. A peak stage great emperor of the heaven domain said. There's nothing. The experts of the evil god race had gloomy expressions. They had borrowed the heavenly Tao weapon and spent a lot of effort to come here. In the end, there was nothing. It would be strange if their expressions were good. This statue, what race does it belong to? As for Lu Ming, he sized up the statue curiously. Now he was completely sure that the terrifying pressure of the entire void sacred island, which could suppress the heavenly Tao, was coming from this statue. It was just a statue, but it could emit such terrifying pressure. It was really shocking. Needless to say, this statue was most likely carved by the master of the void sacred island, that supreme existence. In fact, it might have been carved by that supreme existence himself. Moreover, this statue had a very strange appearance. This statue was in the shape of a human. It was a middle-aged man and was very handsome. However, there was a pair of snow-white wings on his back. The wings were covered with snow-white feathers. When they spread out, they were full of pressure. His hands were pressed on the hilt of a huge battle sword. The battle sword was inserted into the ground. Could the master of this statue be a bird-type divine beast? Lu Ming guessed. That's not right. Normally, if a divine beast leaves a statue behind, it will leave behind a statue of the divine beast's original body. However, for this kind of human-shaped divine beast with wings, they usually won't leave it like this. I guess that the original body of this existence looks like this. Dandan said. The original body looks like this? There doesn't seem to be such a race in the heaven domain, or the primordial realm. There shouldn't be such a race in the evil god race either. Lu Ming was full of doubts. Maybe it's a race that appeared countless years ago. Or maybe it's from other worlds. No one knows if there are other worlds in this world besides the heaven domain, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Dandan said. Other worlds. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, his imagination ran wild. While they were chatting and observing, more people climbed up the stone stairs and looked around curiously. Unfortunately, they found nothing. There was really nothing on the mountaintop except for this statue. Chapter 2374. Both sides faced each other and were cautious, but they did not attack. Now there was nothing here. If they fought and got nothing, wouldn't it be a loss? Maybe this statue has a secret. After a while, someone spoke and stared at the statue again. There was nothing here other than that statue. If there was an opportunity, it could only fall on this statue. I'll break it. A cold voice sounded, and an extremely burly evil god tribe member stepped out. In his hand was a battle axe. It was as black as ink, but it emitted a terrifying sharpness. Heavenly Tao soldier. Everyone was shocked. All Daos returned to one. Whether it was the nomological system, the ancient cultivation system, or the evil god tribe, they would all come into contact with the heavenly Tao at the end of their cultivation. In other words, after reaching the heavenly emperor realm, the various major systems were actually very similar. The heavenly Tao soldier contained the heavenly Tao, and was the supreme weapon common to all systems. The supreme weapon used by the evil god tribe was also the heavenly Tao soldier. Lend me a hand. The burly evil god tribe member looked at the other evil god tribe members. Immediately, 5 or 6 evil god tribe members walked out. They were all peak Tharch existences. A total of 7 peak Tharch evil god tribe members controlled the battle axe at the same time. Buzz. The battle axe vibrated violently, revealing its sharpness. The aura of the heavenly Tao was emitted, causing a huge pressure to press down on everyone. But at this moment, something strange happened. The battle axe that had been rapidly expanding seemed to have been frightened, and started to shrink. In the end, it became the size of an ordinary battle axe and fell to the ground. There was no powerful aura at all, and it was like an ordinary axe. Everyone was dumbfounded. The pressure here is too strong. The aura of the heavenly Tao soldier spread out, and was directly suppressed by the pressure here. Someone guessed. Everyone was shocked. It was very likely that this was the case. The pressure on the Void Divine Island was supreme and surpassed the heavenly Tao. It could suppress the heavenly Tao and prevent heavenly emperors from entering. And here the pressure was extremely strong. It was normal for it to be able to suppress the heavenly Tao soldier. The few experts who had borrowed the heavenly Tao soldier had ugly expressions. They had originally wanted to rely on the heavenly Tao soldier to suppress everyone and take the lead. But now the heavenly Tao soldier could not be used at all. They could only rely on their own strength. The eyes of those who did not have heavenly Tao soldiers lit up. For example, Lu Ming and the others. Without the heavenly Tao soldiers, they had nothing to fear. Even if I don't use the heavenly Tao soldier, I will still kill you. One of the members of the evil god race bellowed in rage as he brandished a gigantic metal rod and rushed up, smashing it towards the statue. The iron rod rapidly enlarged, becoming tens of thousands of meters long. It was incomparably shocking, shattering the void as it smashed down towards the statue. The evil god tribe member who attacked was extremely powerful. He was a peak great emperor. Boom. The huge iron rod smashed into the head of the statue, causing it to vibrate violently. However, the statue was completely fine. Not even a mark was left on it. So hard. Many people were shocked. A peak great emperor's full-strength attack had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. However, nothing happened to the statue. Look, the statue is reacting. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone's eyes lit up. The statue was indeed reacting. Previously, this statue seemed to have been carved out of ordinary boulders, and the material looked very ordinary. But now, a layer of milky white light appeared on the statue. It was incomparably holy. Swoosh. Suddenly, the milky white light turned into a sword light, piercing through the air. Its target was the member of the evil god race who attacked the statue earlier. That member of the evil god race was shocked. However, he was suppressed by the terrifying pressure here. His speed became extremely slow, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. Boom. He struck out with the iron rod in his hand once again. The iron rod pierced through the void, smashing towards the milky white sword light. However, the result was unexpected. The sword light flashed, and with a puff, the iron rod was directly sliced apart. The sword light didn't stop, slashing towards the member of the evil god race at an unbelievable speed. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword light directly pierced through the glabella of that member of the evil god race. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. However, there was no sign of life. His soul had scattered. With one strike, the soul of the member of the evil god race was destroyed. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a peak great emperor, and he was killed just like that without being able to resist at all. Not good. Many people were shocked and retreated frantically, afraid that they would end up in the same situation. However, after the sword light killed that member of the evil god race, it automatically dissipated. The milky white light on the statue also disappeared without a trace. It was as if that light had appeared to kill that member of the evil god race. It couldn't be humiliated. This statue was the statue of a supreme existence. It couldn't be humiliated. The member of the evil god race who wanted to take out the heavenly Tao weapon to attack the statue broke out in cold sweat. Buzz. Right at this moment, the statue emitted a slight vibration, causing everyone's heart to suddenly tremble and raise their guard. Then, everyone saw that the statue's eyes had changed. At this moment, the statue's eyes were no longer made of stone. Instead, they had become two vortexes. The left eye had become milky white. The right eye was pitch black. In the next moment, rays of light extended out from the two eyes and turned into two paths. Two paths. One led to the left eye, and the other led to the right eye. Why did the statue's eyes suddenly turn into two paths? Could it be that there was another world in the statue's eyes? Were there treasures only inside? Many people started to ponder. The left is the path of life, and the right is the path of death. Life can also lead to death, and death can also lead to life. Choose one. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It came from the statue. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this statue was really not that simple. It seemed to know that they were coming. Two paths. One is the path of life, and the other is the path of death. Everyone sized up the two paths, and their eyes flickered. There might really be fortuitous opportunities inside. This was a fortuitous opportunity left behind by someone who surpassed the heavenly emperor. How precious would that be? Such a supreme existence could refine heavenly Tao weapons. Even if he left behind some trash, it would probably be an unimaginable treasure to them. Many people revealed greed in their eyes. But for a moment no one moved. This was because no one knew if there would be danger if they stepped on the two paths. The path of life and death. Life could also lead to death. And death could also lead to life. No one could be sure. Everyone wanted someone else to go first. Everyone fell silent, looking at each other. Finally, someone could not bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. At this moment, a divine beast from the heavenly realm walked toward the path of life in the left eye. In the end, it went unexpectedly smoothly. Chapter 2375. The path of life in the left eye had no abnormalities and entered smoothly. This made many people's eyes light up. With the first one, there would be a second one. Then, another person stepped toward the path of life in the left eye. It was an expert from the evil god race. Like the previous person, there were no abnormalities. He successfully entered the milky white vortex in the left eye and disappeared. Then even more people entered the left eye. However, there were also some people who revealed doubtful expressions. Was it really that easy? Then, what was the meaning of the other path? Lu Ming and Dandan also had the same thoughts. Only by putting oneself in a desperate situation can one obtain a great fortuitous encounter. I will take the path of death. Someone spoke, his eyes flashing with madness. He stepped forward and actually walked toward the path of death. Many people looked toward this person. They all wanted to see if the path of death would really lead to death. Bang! That person stepped onto the path of death. His body trembled violently, and his complexion instantly turned pale, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Then he screamed miserably and his body flew backward. He fell heavily onto the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, he did not die. He was still alive. What is there in the path of death? Someone immediately asked. Pressure, incomparably heavy pressure that bombards the physical body and soul. That person only said one sentence and immediately sat down cross-legged, circulating his energy to treat his injuries. Pressure? In that case, it might not necessarily be a path of death. As long as one can withstand that pressure, the path of death is also a path of life. Many people's eyes lit up. From then on, some people walked toward the path of death. This was because many people thought so. The path of life was too simple. There might not be any benefits in entering it. Perhaps, the great fortuitous encounter would be in the path of death. Then there were people who continuously stepped toward the path of death. However, the path of death in the right eye had an astonishingly strong pressure. Those who stepped on it were all sent flying, finding it difficult to continue. I'll do it. A burly evil god race member roared and stepped forward, stepping onto the path of death. Bang! Bang! With every step he took, there would be intense tremors. His entire body trembled, clearly under great pressure. However, he gritted his teeth and did not stop, slowly approaching the right eye. In the end, he reached the end. He took a step forward and entered the right eye of the statue, disappearing without a trace. Success! Finally, someone successfully stepped into the right eye. It seems like 6-star martial monarchs should be able to enter. Lu Ming muttered. That evil god tribe member from earlier was a 6-star great emperor. Following that, more and more people entered the path of death. However, if one was not a 6-star great emperor, it would be impossible for them to reach the path of death. At the very least, one would need to be a 6-star great emperor to reach the path of death. Lu Ming, which path should we take? Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Of course it's the right eye. Lu Ming said. Can you do it? Dandan pursed his lips. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Ming smiled. Bang. After saying this, Lu Ming stepped forward, heading towards the right eye's path of death. Boom. The moment he stepped on it, a terrifying force acted on him, penetrating every corner of his body and even his soul. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled non-stop. At the same time, 17 types of laws covered his body, resisting the external pressure. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was slightly weaker than a 6-star great emperor, Lu Ming's defense was definitely not weaker than a 6-star great emperor's. Although it was very difficult for him to walk, he moved forward step by step at a steady speed. He was very determined. Dandan followed behind Lu Ming. This guy seemed to be quite relaxed. Although his cultivation was only a 6-star great emperor, His battle strength was definitely comparable to a peak great emperor. He could even suppress a peak great emperor. After a while, Lu Ming finally approached the right eye of the statue. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath, feeling sore all over. Under the terrifying pressure, he had also suffered some injuries. However, under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, his injuries were recovering rapidly. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped into the pitch-black vortex in the right eye. He immediately felt the world spinning around him, as if he had just taken a long-distance teleportation formation. Following this, Lu Ming discovered that he had arrived in a huge secret chamber. The secret chamber was extremely huge, spanning over 10,000 li, as if it was a world on its own. On top of that, as soon as Lu Ming entered the place, he immediately discovered that the pressure acting on him had disappeared without a trace. It was as easy as when he was in the Taiching heaven domain. Lu Ming could feel his body brimming with energy. With a quick glance, Lu Ming discovered that the people who had entered the right eye were all flickering back and forth in the secret chamber, as if they were trying to find something. However, this secret chamber was completely empty. There was nothing inside. Not even a speck of dust could be seen. Meanwhile, not far away from Lu Ming, a figure flickered and Dandan appeared. As soon as Dandan appeared, his eyes immediately scanned the place, but he soon wore a disappointed look. There's nothing here. Did we guess wrong this time? We came here for nothing. Dandan wore a bitter face. Let's wait and see. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. They had really come here for nothing this time. Everyone waited patiently. As time passed, more and more people entered the secret chamber. Almost all the top experts of the evil god tribe and the heaven domain had entered the secret chamber. Other than Lu Ming, they were all 6-star great emperors and 7-star great emperors. There were a total of 60 to 70 people. After a few hours, no one had entered the secret chamber. Obviously, those who could enter had all entered. We won't be unable to get out, right? Suddenly someone spoke. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions turned ugly. Indeed, although the secret chamber was huge, it was surrounded by stone walls, and no one had any way out. They wouldn't be trapped here forever after coming in, right? Everyone looked at each other, and some of their faces turned pale. Dead end. They thought that the right eye was a dead end. Could it be true? Buzz. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the void vibrated slightly, and many patterns appeared. Then these patterns formed a figure. It was a young and beautiful woman. What was strange was that this woman also had a pair of beautiful snow-white wings on her back. She was extremely similar to that statue. Everyone looked at this woman curiously. I'm the spirit of this place. The young woman spoke. Spirit of the formation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he thought of the huge pagoda from before. It had also given birth to a spirit of the formation. It seemed that the formations in this place were too advanced and had been around for too long. They had even given birth to sentience. I was created by my master back then. My master is the original body of this statue, an unparalleled and invincible figure. This place is the eye of my master's statue. The spirit of the formation explained. Senior, where is your master now? Someone from the heaven domain asked. The owner of this statue was an unparalleled expert, even stronger than the heavenly emperor. If he was still alive, it would have a great impact on the war between the heaven domain and the evil god tribe. Whichever side he chose to stand on, that side would win for sure. Chapter 2376. The Matrix Spirit pondered for a moment and said, My master left countless years ago. Left? Many people were puzzled. What did she mean by left? Did she mean that he left the void sacred island? Yes, I once heard my master say that he had completed his task and was going to leave this world and go back. The Matrix Spirit tried to recall. This? Everyone was even more puzzled. Left this world? Went back? Went back where? Did this world refer to the heaven realm, the primordial realm, the evil god realm, or all of them? Only Dandan showed a trace of shock and anticipation in his eyes, but he hid it well and no one noticed. When my master left, he said that after he left, his training ground would be found by someone sooner or later. If someone enters this place, they can give away some of the useless things he left behind back then. It can be considered a kind of fate. Also, let me tell you, you can only get it from the right eye. If you enter the left eye, you won't get anything. The Matrix spirit said again, blinking her eyes slyly like a young girl. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a useless item left behind by an unparalleled expert. It might be useless to him, but to others, it would most likely be an unparalleled treasure. Since you have gotten the treasures, leave this place. Leave this island. I don't want anyone to disturb my master's training ground. When the time comes, all of you will have to leave. The Matrix spirit spoke again. This time, after she finished speaking, a small silver-white bag appeared in her hand. She opened the bag and poured it out. Suddenly, balls of yellow light flew out of the bag. Those were storage rings and storage bracelets. They were covered with a layer of yellow light, like stars in the night sky. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. These storage rings and bracelets were definitely not empty. They most likely contained treasures. It's mine! It's mine! A loud roar rang out. Everyone couldn't hold themselves back and rushed out, rushing towards those storage rings and bracelets. Get lost! You're courting death! Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out, and a fierce battle unfolded. In this place, there was no distinction between the evil god race and the heavenly realm. This was because everyone had selfish motives and wanted to take the treasures for themselves. A civil war broke out between the evil god race, and they were killing each other. There was also a civil war between the creatures of the heaven realm, killing each other. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as a 6-star great emperor from the evil god tribe was chopped into two by another evil god tribe member. He died on the spot. The other was a human from the heaven realm. His body was torn apart by a true dragon from the heaven realm. Tragic. In this place, there were only treasures and no factions. Lu Ming and Dandan also moved. Lu Ming dashed forward and grabbed a storage ring that was glowing with a yellow light. Dandan, on the other hand, pounced on a storage bracelet. Die! One of the members of the evil god race roared in rage and charged toward Lu Ming. This evil god tribe member had the cultivation of a 6-star great emperor. His battle prowess was extremely astonishing. Wang. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated rapidly. At the same time, he used the 6-feathered divine wings to increase his speed to the maximum. Swoosh! With a flash, Lu Ming dodged the attack of this evil god tribe member. He appeared beside the storage ring and grabbed it. Courting death. That evil god tribe member was enraged and charged toward Lu Ming crazily. His third eye shot out a ray of destructive light and turned into a ferocious beast. He roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fight head-on. Instead, he continued to use his movement technique to dodge the other party's attack. Lu Ming could fight against a 6-star great emperor with his own battle prowess. However, he was most likely not a match for the other party. There was no need to waste his energy. As for the heavenly emperor's physical body, Lu Ming did not want to use it yet. This was because the formation spirit was still floating in the air and holding on to that bag. Who knew if there were any higher-grade treasures in that bag? He would think about it again when there were higher-grade treasures. On the other side, Dandan had also successfully obtained a storage bracelet. His battle prowess was extremely strong. With just a few moves, he had blasted a 6-star great sovereign to the point where he vomited blood and obtained the storage bracelet. After he obtained the storage bracelet, he set his eyes on another storage bracelet. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly. He dodged the attack of that evil god tribe member and rushed toward another storage ring. Beside this storage ring, there were two 6-star great emperors fighting over it. These two 6-star great emperors, one was from the evil god tribe, and the other was an expert from the heaven realm. The two of them fought nonstop and were extremely intense. Both of them were injured. Lu Ming rushed over and alarmed the two of them. Don't even think about it. The two of them attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming raised his speed to the maximum. His muscles vibrated billions of times per second. His 6-feathered divine wings flapped rapidly, and he successfully dodged one of the attacks. However, Lu Ming did not dodge the other attack and was hit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He directly rushed over and took the attack head-on. Boom! Lu Ming was hit. His body shook violently as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took the attack head-on. At the same time, He circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to recover. Because of this, Lu Ming appeared beside the storage ring in a flash and kept it. Lu Ming successfully took 2 storage rings. Hand over the storage rings. Courting death. The 3 experts who had their storage rings taken away by Lu Ming were all filled with killing intent as they charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries while dodging their attacks. At this moment, the entire secret chamber was in the midst of a massacre. 6-star great emperors and 7-star great emperors were killing each other. There were people dying constantly. It was extremely tragic. As for those storage rings and bracelets, they were all taken away. Soon there were only a few storage rings left on the field. Kid, hand over the treasures. A purple-haired middle-aged man stared at Lu Ming and charged toward Lu Ming. His battle strength was shockingly strong. This was a peak great emperor. Moreover, he was from the royal family of the evil god tribe. His strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed. Facing such an expert, if he did not use his heavenly emperor body, he would not be a match for him. Now is not the time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His figure flashed rapidly as he dodged the other party's attack. Do you think you can escape? You will die in my hands. The royal family member of the evil god tribe said coldly as he charged toward Lu Ming. This caused the 3 6-star great emperors who were chasing after Lu Ming to stop with a look of fear. Die, your sister. Let me take you on. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. Then a huge palm slammed down toward the royal family member of the evil god tribe. The palm was covered with all kinds of runes that interweaved with terrifying power. The royal family member of the evil god tribe struck out with his palm, and collided with the palm. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Then, the royal family member of the evil god tribe trembled and retreated continuously. Swoosh. Dandan appeared beside Lu Ming. Chapter 2377. Seeing Dandan arrive, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan's combat strength was indeed strong. He actually defeated a royal member of the evil god tribe in one move. Moreover, it was a peak great emperor. The royal member of the evil god tribe stared at Dandan with purple light flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, "World Divine Turtle, that's good too. I'll get rid of you today to prevent you from becoming a disaster in the future." Boom. A resplendent purple light erupted from the royal member of the evil god tribe. It was incomparably dazzling, like a purple flame burning fiercely. Endless runes shone on Dandan's body. A world slowly appeared in his body. The battle between the 2 sides was about to erupt. But at this time, the storage rings and storage bracelets that Zhenling poured out earlier were all snatched away. Don't worry, there's more. In the sky, Zhenling chuckled, picked up the bag and poured it out again. This time, balls of yellow light flew out from the bag again. This time, the number of balls of light that flew out was not many, only a dozen or so. However, the light emitted by each was incomparably resplendent, 10 times more dazzling than before. Within each ball of light was a weapon. There were close to 20 weapons, and each one emitted a terrifying aura. That was the aura of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao weapon. Everyone's heart shook wildly. Blazing flames burst forth from their eyes as they stared fixedly at the close to 20 weapons. To be precise, there were 19 weapons. 19 Heavenly Tao weapons. Mine, it's mine. The Heavenly Tao weapon is mine. Many people's eyes were filled with blazing greed. Swoosh. 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 Everyone moved at the same time, rushing into the sky. Heavenly Tao weapons were too precious. Many heavenly emperors did not have them. The people here were all 6-star great emperors, peak great emperors. The next step was to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Once they successfully broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, with the Heavenly Tao weapon, their strength would skyrocket. They would be able to stabilize their footing among the Heavenly Emperors. Even if they could not break through to the Great Emperor realm, selling them to the Heavenly Emperors would also be invaluable, who would not be tempted by such treasures. A terrifying battle broke out in an instant. In the previous battle, about a dozen people had died, but there were still about 60 people left. 60 people and only 19 Heavenly Tao soldiers. They were destined to fight to the death. Kill. Kill. This time, it was even more tragic. Those peak great emperors attacked with all their might. In an instant, a few 6-star great emperors were killed. Lu Ming and Dandan also soared into the sky and chose their respective targets. This time, Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He took out the Heavenly Emperor physical body right away. Lu Ming merged with the Celestial Thearcha's body, and his speed reached the extreme as he charged toward a spear. There were also 3 other people rushing towards the spear. 2 6-star Great Emperors and 1 7-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he slashed out with the stone sword in his hand. Bang! A 6-star Great Monarch was sent flying after being struck by Lu Ming's slash, spurting out mouthfuls of blood. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body's energy had reached 100%. It was extremely powerful and was not any weaker than a peak Great Emperor. The other 6-star Great Emperor was also sent flying by another peak Great Emperor. Then, he pounced on the spear with Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming was 1 step ahead. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed the long spear. Courting death. The peak Great Emperor shouted coldly as he attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. This was the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. It was sturdy and had amazing defense. Unless the Heavenly Emperor attacked, Lu Ming did not believe that a Great Emperor could break it. Boom! The other party's attack landed on the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body shook violently, but he successfully blocked the other party's attack. Lu Ming withstood the attack and grabbed the spear, keeping it in his small world. Hand over the Heavenly Dao weapon. The peak Great Emperor was enraged as he unleashed a storm of attacks. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He ignored his defense and charged forward. When the other party's attack landed on Lu Ming's body, it only made Lu Ming shake a little. Lu Ming did not stop there as he charged forward and slashed out with his sword. The other party was shocked and quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. He was swept by Lu Ming's sword and a deep wound appeared on his body. He was almost cut in half. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly and took the opportunity to attack. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body's energy was 100%. His combat strength was not weaker than a peak Great Emperor. However, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body's defense was amazing. Lu Ming could completely ignore his defense. In this way, he could completely crush a peak Great Emperor in a head-on battle. The other party was injured and his combat strength was weakened. He was not Lu Ming's opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Half of his body was chopped off. The other party was shocked and did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. He quickly retreated. Die. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the other party. A palm covered with runes struck towards the other party. Ah! The other party roared. He did not expect a sneak attack from behind. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The other party was directly hit. His body was torn into pieces and he died on the spot. A peak Great Emperor was killed just like that. The one who killed him was naturally Dandan. Dandan had already seized a Heavenly Dao weapon. And that person just happened to retreat to Dandan's side. Dandan directly attacked the other party. Dandan, let's join forces. Lu Ming flew over. Alright, there's one over there. Dandan shouted and flew towards a Heavenly Dao weapon. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Over there, a few people were fighting fiercely. The two of them rushed over and directly attacked a peak Great Emperor. This peak Great Emperor was from the evil god tribe. Boom! Dandan struck out with his palm. Endless runes spread out. In his palm, there seemed to be a small world that suppressed the other party. The other party was shocked and hurriedly counterattacked. However, Lu Ming also rushed over. He fought without any regard for his life. He completely ignored defense and slashed out with his sword. Surrounded by the two of them, the other party was instantly defeated. He was slashed into two by Lu Ming's sword. The other party was not dead yet. He retreated in horror. The two of them did not chase. They kept the Heavenly Dao weapon, and then rushed towards another Heavenly Dao weapon. The two of them joined forces and were invincible. The next Heavenly Dao weapon was also obtained. In this way, the two of them each obtained 2 Heavenly Dao weapons. The two of them joining forces also attracted the attention of the others. Some who had a good relationship with them also started to join forces, especially some peak great emperors. The 19 heavenly Tao weapons were fewer and fewer. They were all snatched away. That guy obtained 2 heavenly Tao weapons. Danden's gaze turned to a purple-haired middle-aged man. That person was the royal evil god tribe from before. This person's combat strength was shocking. He was stronger than ordinary peak great emperors. Kill. Lu Ming was very direct. He rushed towards the royal evil god tribe. The energy in the heavenly emperor's body was limited. He had to end the battle quickly. Danden's figure flashed and also charged towards this person. Chapter 2378. Bastard of the evil god tribe, come and fight me. Danden shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a long river. It was like a heavenly river, and also like a battle sword. Boom. The royal member of the evil god tribe emitted a dazzling purple light. A battle sword appeared in his hand. The weapons that the evil god tribe usually used were battle axes, giant hammers, spiked maces, iron rods, and other heavy weapons. Very few of them used swords. Clang. The sword whistled continuously. The royal member of the evil god tribe slashed out 2 swords at the same time. 2 purple sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming and Danden respectively. A purple sword light collided with the long river that Danden spat out. There was a loud explosion and the 2 of them disappeared. However, Danden had already closed in on the royal member of the evil god tribe, and struck out with his palm. As for Lu Ming, he didn't take the other party's sword light head-on. Clashing head-on would consume a lot of energy. Lu Ming wanted to conserve as much energy as possible. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the sword light. Then, he charged toward the royal member of the evil god tribe. At this moment, Danden and the royal member of the evil god tribe had already clashed for the second time. Boom. This time, it was a real head-on collision. Both of them trembled and retreated continuously. However, the royal member of the evil god tribe retreated more. He was at a disadvantage. The royal member of the evil god tribe was shocked. The royal member of the evil god tribe was very strong to begin with. In a battle of the same level, his strength far surpassed other members of the evil god tribe. However, Danden was clearly only a 6-star great emperor. He hadn't reached the peak of the great emperor realm yet. Yet his battle strength was stronger than his. This shocked him. Die bastard. Danden charged toward the royal member of the evil god tribe again. His killing intent was incomparably cold. Danden hated the evil god tribe to the core. In the ancient era, he was severely injured by the evil god tribe and barely turned into an egg. After meeting Lu Ming, he was reborn. Therefore, he had to kill the members of the evil god tribe whenever he saw them. This time Lu Ming had arrived as well. When the 2 of them joined forces, the royal evil god tribe was no match for them. Although he tried his best, he was still severely injured and retreated frantically. Come and help me. The royal member of the evil god race roared. The royal clan had an extremely high status in the evil god race. Even in such a situation, everyone wanted to snatch the heavenly Tao soldier. However, there was still a peak great emperor who charged towards Lu Ming and the others. No one can save you. Danden roared and launched a barrage of attacks. Lu Ming also launched a frenzied attack. Puff. The royal member of the evil god tribe barely managed to block a few moves, but he was ultimately no match for Lu Ming. One of his arms was chopped off with a single sword strike. The other party's storage bracelet was on this arm. Lu Ming used his power of the realm to collect the arm. Ah, bastard, damn it! The royal member of the evil god race roared in rage. All his treasures were in his interspatial bracelet, including the 2 heavenly Tao weapons. No, 3 of them. He had even borrowed one from the heavenly emperor realm powerhouse of the evil god race, which he had used to kill that azure dragon previously. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to stay and could only retreat frantically. At this time, the 19 heavenly Tao weapons were all snatched away. Lu Ming and Danden had the greatest gains, obtaining a total of 6 heavenly Tao weapons. At the scene, there were more than 20 corpses. Among them, there were a few peak great emperors who had fallen here. The remaining people's eyes flickered. Some of them stared at Lu Ming, because Lu Ming and Danden had indeed obtained shocking gains just now. However, there were even more people who stared at the formation spirit. Their eyes flickered with intense greed. How many treasures were in the bag in the formation spirit's hand? A four-armed evil god race member's eyes were filled with greed. He had already been blinded by greed. He took the initiative to attack, pouncing towards the formation spirit. Hand over that bag. The four-armed evil god race member was also a peak great emperor. His speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the four weapons in his forearms slashed towards the formation spirit. You actually want to attack me? Interesting. Then I shall send you on your way. The formation spirit muttered. Then it opened its small mouth and spat out. It was as though a stream of chi was spat out from the mouth of the formation spirit. After that, a shocking scene occurred. That four-armed evil god race member screamed miserably as his body directly exploded, transforming into ashes that dissipated in the air. Nothing was left behind. Everyone was shocked. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on them, extinguishing the fire of their greed. A single breath blew a peak great emperor to death. What kind of strength was this? He is really courting death. This is the formation spirit produced by a great formation set up by a supreme expert. It can borrow the power of the great formation here. Even a heavenly emperor would die, let alone him. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, gloating. The others' faces turned ugly. They no longer dared to have any ideas about the formation spirit. I have one last treasure now. I will give it to you too. The formation spirit spoke again. Then the bag was tipped over and a ball of light flew out. This time, there was only one ball of light. It was extremely dazzling. It was 10 times more dazzling than the previous heavenly Tao weapons. It was a badge in the middle of the light. It looked very simple and ancient. However, it did not emit any aura. It looked very ordinary. However, everyone's eyes were blazing. The formation spirit was the last to take out the badge. The light on the badge was 10 times more dazzling than the heavenly Tao weapons. According to their previous judgment, the more precious the treasure was, the more dazzling the light on it would be. Although they could not tell what was so special about the badge, it was definitely extremely precious. At that instant, everyone moved and charged toward the badge. Bang! Bang! A terrifying battle immediately broke out. The secret chamber shook violently. Bang! Bang! A few 6-star great emperors were torn apart and died on the spot. The remaining 6-star great emperors were terrified. They immediately backed away, not daring to interfere. With so many people fighting for the badge, the battle was too intense. All the peak great emperors were attacking wildly. If a 6-star great emperor was dragged into the battle, he would definitely die. This time, Lu Ming and Dandan did not make a move. They were preserving their strength. Needless to say, if they made a move now, they would definitely face a fierce battle. Although Lu Ming and Dandan were strong, if they made a move now, they would definitely face the attacks of the other peak great emperors. The best strategy was to wait and see. Of course, it was not easy to do so in the face of such a treasure. It might be 10 times more precious than a heavenly Tao weapon. Who could remain calm? Even the heavenly emperors would go crazy. However, Dandan was an old monster who had lived for God knows how long. He had a strong temperament. He managed to hold it in. As for Lu Ming, he was no ordinary person. He had experienced a lot along the way. His temperament was stronger than many old monsters who had lived for countless years. At this moment, he also managed to hold it in. At the same time, he took out a large number of energy crystals to replenish the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Emperor's body had lost a lot of energy. It was time to replenish it. Chapter 2379. At the scene, the fight for that token was incomparably intense. Evil God Tribe and Heaven Realm's peak great emperors added together were close to 30. Close to 30 peak great emperors were fighting crazily. At this moment, there was no race, no division. There was only personal greed. The others were all competitors. In such a tragic battle, casualties appeared in a short while. A slightly weaker peak great emperor was torn apart by the other 2 peak great emperors. There was also a very powerful peak great emperor, who rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards his token. When he was about to get close to the token, he was beaten to ashes by everyone. Peak great emperors fell one after another. Those who did not fall also suffered varying degrees of injuries. Tragic, incomparably tragic. These were peak great emperors. If a heavenly emperor did not appear, who could compete with them? No matter where they were placed, they would be a powerhouse with a chance of becoming a heavenly emperor. But now they were worthless. Some were killed by the enemy, some died in the hands of their own powerhouses. The more they killed, the crazier everyone became. They were already bloodshot. Swoosh. Finally, someone rushed to the side of the token and grabbed it in his hand. This was a true dragon. Its entire body was golden. It was an exceptionally powerful golden true dragon. Its strength was shocking. When he grabbed the token in his hand, he roared and tried his best to break out of the encirclement, wanting to rush out. However, immediately a few extremely powerful experts rushed over. All kinds of attacks continuously drowned out the golden true dragon. Although the golden true dragon was strong and had astonishing defensive power, he could not withstand it. Wounds appeared on his body, almost tearing his body apart. His eyes revealed a look of fear as he threw the token out. The scene fell into a chaotic battle again. Lu Ming, hurry up and recover. I'll make some arrangements first. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Then his figure flashed quickly. Runes appeared from Dandan's hand and disappeared into the void. Lu Ming knew that Dandan was setting up a formation. Dandan's control of runes had reached an unimaginable level. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to set up a terrifying formation. Lu Ming kept taking out energy crystals and supreme-grade origin stones to speed up the Celestial Thearka's energy storage. Bang! Bang! Large amounts of energy crystals and peak-grade origin stones that he had obtained from the evil god race exploded, turning into seething energy that was absorbed by the Heaven Empyrean's body. Of course, there was also a portion that was wasted and dissipated into void space. However, Lu Ming didn't mind at all. Normally, Lu Ming would not use such a barbaric method to allow the Celestial Emperor's body to store energy, because it would be too wasteful. A portion of the energy would dissipate if it could not be absorbed. But now he could not care less. In the air, the array spirit glanced at Dandan with a smile on his face. He seemed to have noticed something, but he did not say anything. At the scene, the fight for the tokens had entered a white-hot stage, and the fighting was exceptionally fierce. Peak Great Emperors were killed one after another. In the beginning there were close to 30 Peak Great Emperors. Now there were only 20 left. The remaining 20 or so Peak Great Emperors were all injured. Whoosh! At this moment, Dandan appeared beside Lu Ming and said, "How is it? Can you make a move?" "Yes," Lu Ming said. "All right, let's make a move together and obtain the token as fast as we can." Dandan nodded. Almost at the same time the two of them moved. The two of them charged out at the same time. "Endless world!" Dandan roared. He revealed his original body, which was covered in runes. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a world. It was really a world. However, this wasn't a small world that Dandan had condensed. It was a kind of divine ability. This kind of divine ability was extremely powerful. It was as though a world was suppressing the enemy. Boom! One of the Peak Great Emperors in front of Dandan was already injured. In addition to Dandan's sudden attack, he could not react in time, and was killed by Dandan. There were also two other Peak Great Emperors who were sent flying by Dandan. Whoosh! Lu Ming seized the opportunity and charged forward, waving his hand to grab the token. He and Dandan cooperated seamlessly. Lu Ming grabbed the token in his hand. Courting death. Let go of the token. Kill. Instantly, the other Peak Great Emperors roared and launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Boom. 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 Lu Ming was instantly engulfed by various attacks. The Heavenly Emperor body shook violently and was sent flying. He flew for thousands of miles and crashed into the wall of the secret chamber. However, Lu Ming was fine. The Heavenly Emperor body blocked the attacks of the others. If it were any other Peak Great Emperor, they would definitely die after being hit by so many attacks and their souls would scatter. However, Lu Ming used the Heavenly Emperor body to block the attacks, and successfully kept the token in his small world. Still not dead. Kill him. The rest of the people were also shocked. They then charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. "Lu Ming, come over and enter the formation." Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. At the same time, Dandan waved his hands rapidly. Rays of sword light appeared in the void and attacked the Peak Great Emperors. Half of the Peak Great Emperors were blocked by the formation controlled by Dandan. The rest continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped his feet on the wall and charged towards Dandan like a cannonball. Swoosh! 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 Attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored them and allowed the attacks to hit his body. No one below the Heavenly Emperor could break the defense of the Heavenly Emperor body. Lu Ming charged past them and approached Dandan rapidly. Kill! A purple-haired middle-aged man appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword towards Lu Ming. It was the royal member of the evil god tribe. One of his arms was cut off by Lu Ming and his storage bracelet was snatched away. He had been thinking about taking it back. At this moment, his arm had grown back. He seized the opportunity and charged towards Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and slashed out. Clang! The two swords clashed and a violent explosion erupted. Lu Ming's figure was blocked and stopped. However, Lu Ming took another step and charged towards the royal member of the evil god tribe. It wasn't just the battle sword. His entire body was charging towards the other party. He didn't use any moves or skills at all. It was just a barbaric charge. Swoosh! Swoosh! The royal member of the evil god tribe stabbed out hundreds of times. The hundreds of sword lights were incomparably sharp. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to see them and charged forward. Those sword lights could only leave some shallow marks on Lu Ming's body. Bam! Lu Ming crashed into the royal member of the evil god tribe with his sword. The royal member of the evil god tribe grunted and was sent flying. As for Lu Ming, he charged past and successfully arrived near Dandan. Formation rise! He shouted boldly and waved his hands. Countless runes appeared and pieces of turtle shells appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lu Ming and the royal member of the evil god tribe. Chapter 2380. Dandan controlled the array. Countless runes appeared and formed pieces of turtle shells. Like shields, they surrounded Lu Ming and Dandan in the middle. Boom! 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 Just as the turtle shells rose, the attacks from all directions arrived. Every attack was launched by a Peak Great Emperor, and was shockingly powerful. However, when they hit the turtle shells, they were blocked by the turtle shells. None of the attacks could break the turtle shells. Ha ha ha, you want to break the array that I set up? Although the time is short, it's still possible to set up an array to defend against you. Dandan laughed proudly. Damn it, watch me break your turtle shells. Break! The remaining Peak Great Emperors shouted one after another. All of them unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Dandan and Lu Ming. However, there were many turtle shells and they blocked all the gaps. When all the attacks landed on the turtle shells only shook but couldn't break them. Everyone attack one point. Someone shouted and wanted to focus everyone's attacks on one point to break the turtle shells. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, everyone's attacks were focused on one piece of turtle shell. Sure enough, this move worked. The tortoise shell shook violently, and then cracks appeared on its surface. Those people were overjoyed, but Dandan's face was very calm. There was even a hint of mockery. Boom! That tortoise shell was shattered and exploded. However, in the next moment, a new tortoise shell immediately condensed and took its place. Those people were stunned. Then they were furious and attacked again. But it was useless. Every time they broke a piece of the turtle shell, a new one would float out of it. Dandan smiled faintly. His leisurely expression almost made those people vomit blood. After attacking for a while, there was no effect at all. Those people had no choice but to stop. What's the use of hiding in the turtle shells? We'll wait here. He'll come out sooner or later. Once he comes out, we'll tear them to pieces. The royal member of the evil god tribe said coldly. The others also revealed cold eyes. Have you forgotten what I said before? At this moment, the array genie in the air spoke. Her clear voice rang in everyone's ears. I've given you the items. Once you've received them, I'll send you out. I'll give you half an hour. After half an hour, I'll send all of you out at the same time. Half an hour, damn it. The other people's expressions greatly changed. Then they started to attack one after another, attacking Dandan and Lu Ming. They had to break through the Dandan's formation in half an hour. However, Everything was futile. It was completely useless. There were even people who bombarded the void, smashing it into pieces in an attempt to destroy the foundation of the formation. However, this kind of formation that imprinted the runes in the void could not be broken at all. Unless one's strength was so strong that it could directly annihilate all the particles in the void, it would be possible to break the void. Time passed quickly, and soon half an hour had passed. All right, time's up. All of you can leave now. At this moment, the array genie spoke. After speaking, her body emitted a bright light. An incomparably powerful force acted on Lu Ming and the others. Boom. Their bodies were repelled by an incomparably powerful force. In an instant, they flew out of the statue and out of the void sacred island. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying and supreme force erupted from the statue and spread in all directions. Everyone on the void sacred island was pushed out of the void sacred island by this wave of power. However, the strange thing was that the demonic beasts and mutated beasts that originally lived on the void sacred island were not affected at all. Lu Ming was in the air, completely out of his control. It was as if he was in the sea, being pushed by a huge wave and flying backward at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he saw that in other directions of the void sacred island, figures were being pushed in all directions. The scene was extremely spectacular. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others were pushed to the edge of the void sacred island and stood in the void. Only then did the force disappear. Many figures stood at the edge of the void sacred island. There were people from the evil god tribe, and also people from the heaven realm. Other than Lu Ming and a few others, most people looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. Someone had attacked. An evil god tribe member suddenly attacked and tore apart an elite from the heaven realm. This was because at the edge of the void sacred island, people from the evil god tribe and the heaven realm were mixed together. After being stunned for a short while, someone reacted and attacked. You're courting death. Immediately, someone from the heaven realm counterattacked. At the edge of the void sacred island, a chaotic battle broke out. Two 2-star and 3-star great emperors attacked Lu Ming, but they were killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. Dandan, let's go first. Lu Ming rushed toward Dandan because Dandan had appeared not far from him. Soon, the two of them met up and rushed out of the void, wanting to meet up with celestial Tharch Hungyu. Stay here. With a loud roar, an evil god tribe member charged toward Lu Ming and Dandan with blazing eyes. This evil god tribe member was a peak great emperor. Previously, there were close to 20 peak great emperors left in the statues. However, they were scattered in all directions by that force. There was only one peak great emperor here. You want to keep me here alone? Die. Dandan's eyes flashed with malevolence as he charged toward this peak great emperor. As for Lu Ming, he had already kept the celestial Thearcha's body. Without the celestial Thearcha's body, he was naturally not a match for a peak great emperor. Hence he did not attack. Boom. Boom. Dandan's battle prowess was extremely strong. After a few moves, the peak great emperor was beaten until he vomited blood. The other party was shocked and kept retreating, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Dandan met up and rushed out. Let's go. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. On the side of the heaven world, someone shouted and then flew out. The people of the evil god tribe did not dare to chase after them. This was because the people of the heaven world were flying in the direction of the heaven world's celestial Thearchs. If they chased after them, only death would await them. The people of the evil god tribe changed direction and flew in another direction. Slowly, the battle at the edge of the void sacred island stopped. Everyone chose a direction and left the void sacred island. Lu Ming and Dandan flew at extreme speed. The void sacred island was getting further and further away from them. It was also getting smaller and smaller. Finally, they saw the figures in front of them. They were the celestial Thearchs of the heaven world. There were more than 10 of them. Among them, Lu Ming saw celestial Tharch Hungyu. These celestial Thearchs were looking at the void sacred island anxiously. Clearly, they had also sensed the changes on the void sacred island. Celestial Tharch Hungyu's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming and flew over. Lu Ming, what happened on the void sacred island? Celestial Tharch Hungyu asked. The other celestial thearchs also looked over curiously. Chapter 2381. Senior Hengyu, this matter is complicated. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll bring you back. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu nodded. He waved his hand and brought Lu Ming and Dandan back to the passage they came from. There was also a Heavenly Emperor guarding the passage. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and Dandan into the passage and returned to the Grand Clear Sky domain. Lu Ming, wait for me here. I still have to bring the others back. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. There were many great emperors who entered the Void Sacred Island, but the number of heavenly emperors was limited. Naturally, each heavenly emperor had to make several trips. Senior Hengyu, how about this? We'll return to the Two-World City and wait for you. How about that? Lu Ming said. All right, you guys return to the Two-World City first. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu nodded and turned to enter the passage. As for Lu Ming and Dandan, they flew back to the Two-World City. Back when Heavenly Emperor Hengyu had brought them from Two-Realm City, it had only taken them an hour. However, their speed was naturally not as fast as Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's. The two of them had flown at full speed. Yet it had taken them 2 days to reach Two-Realm City. In the Two-World City, Lu Ming lived in the courtyard. Lu Ming and Dandan began to divide the treasures they obtained. What they divided up was mainly the Heavenly Dao armament and the title plate. The two of them took out all the Heaven Dao soldiers. The two of them worked together to snatch 6 Heaven Dao soldiers. There was one more that was brought in by the Royal Evil God tribe. There were a total of 7 Heaven Dao soldiers. The 7 Heaven Dao soldiers emitted a terrifying aura. Dandan was so frightened that he quickly set up a formation to conceal the aura. There was also the token. Dandan, what do you choose? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Dandan's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the Heaven Dao soldiers and the token. He wanted to take them for himself. I'll study this token first. Dandan held the token in his hand and carefully studied it. However, Dandan used all kinds of methods, but to no avail. How could this be? Dandan was puzzled. Let me see. Lu Ming took the token and studied it carefully. However, he discovered that there was nothing special about this token other than its special material and its indestructible durability. A very ordinary command medallion. Is it really more important than a Heavenly Dao weapon? Lu Ming was puzzled. Dandan was also scratching her head. She was also confused. Dandan, how about this? 7 Heavenly Dao soldiers, 3 for each person, 4 for each person. But the 3 Heavenly Dao soldiers, plus this command medallion. What do you think? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. All right. Dandan nodded, but his eyes darted around, obviously hesitating on what to choose. How about this? I'll take 3 Heavenly Dao soldiers and this token. Lu Ming was the first to speak. You'll choose this token? Kid, you really know how to choose. Dandan gritted his teeth. Dandan, this token might not be useful at all. You've studied it before. I took it purely out of curiosity. How precious is a Heavenly Dao soldier? I'll let you take one more. You'll benefit greatly. Lu Ming said. Go away, you're trying to fool a 3-year-old kid. This token is extremely mysterious. It's the last one taken out by the formation spirit. It might contain the secrets of Heavenly Dao. Don't think that I don't know that you want to keep it for yourself. Dandan gritted his teeth and stared at the token, unwilling to look away. Dandan, how about this? I always feel that I'm fated with this token. I'll take it first. If I discover any secrets in the future, I'll definitely bring you along. How about that? Lu Ming said. He was indeed reluctant to give this token to Dandan. To be honest, he really had a feeling that this token might be of great use in the future. It was a kind of intuition. Dandan gritted his teeth. Obviously, he was still reluctant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, if you discover any secrets in the future, you must tell me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. After that, Dandan began to choose from the 7 Heavenly Dao soldiers. Dandan, this long spear suits me better. You can choose the rest. Lu Ming kept one of the long spears. Dandan did not mind. A Heavenly Dao soldier in the form of a long spear was not of much use to him. In the end, Dandan chose 4 Heavenly Dao soldiers and kept them. He left 2 for Lu Ming. As for the remaining 2 items, one was a battle sword and the other was a meteor hammer. Lu Ming kept all of them, and was satisfied. This time he had obtained 3 heavenly Dao soldiers. This was a huge gain. Lu Ming, I'll be cultivating in 2 World City for this period of time. If you discover anything, remember to look for me. After Dandan put away the things, his figure flashed and left this place. Lu Ming smiled, then took out 2 storage rings and started checking. These 2 storage rings were obtained from that formation spirit. Lu Ming was very curious about what was inside. Lu Ming's spiritual sense swept over, and his eyes immediately lit up. The things inside the storage rings were very messy. There was everything. Raw stones, all kinds of refining materials, medicinal pills, and so on. Chaos stones. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In one of the storage rings he discovered chaos stones. This time, the number was also shockingly many, a full 10,000 pieces. This was an astonishing gain. Also Great Dao fragments. Following that, Lu Ming discovered Great Dao fragments again. They were locked in a box, more than 100 pieces. Even if Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was also overjoyed. If this wealth was taken out, it would make people go crazy. I'm rich, I'm really rich. Lu Ming's current wealth was already more than many heavenly emperors. 3 heavenly Dao soldiers was no joke. One had to know that most heavenly emperors did not have any heavenly Dao soldiers. This trip to the Void Sacred Island is really fruitful. Lu Ming sighed. This time, after cultivating on Void Sacred Island for 7 to 8 years, Lu Ming's progress in all aspects was very great. Of the 10 supreme laws, Lu Ming had already cultivated 8 to the 3rd realm. The other 3 supreme laws had also been cultivated to the 3rd realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had also cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the middle of the 5th level, and his strength had increased comprehensively. It's a pity. If I had cultivated for a while more, I might have been able to successfully cultivate the remaining 2 supreme laws. Lu Ming sighed. Of the 10 supreme laws, the karma law was only at the entry level, and the destiny law was not yet at the entry level. The speed of comprehending laws in Void Sacred Island was dozens of times faster than outside. Lu Ming was really tempted. It was a pity that he would not be able to enter in the future. It's already very rare for me to have such a great gain. I can't be too greedy. Lu Ming smiled, then put away the items and sat down cross-legged. His soul entered the small world, and began to comprehend the karma law. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Eternal Universe Great Emperor arrived. Obviously, all the heavenly emperors who had entered Void Sacred Island had been brought out. Immediately, Lu Ming told Eternal Universe Great Emperor what had happened in Void Sacred Island. Chapter 2382. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu knew what happened in the Void Divine Island, and also sighed endlessly. Senior Heng Yu, this weapon is for you. Lu Ming's hand moved, and a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was precisely one of the 3 heavenly Dao weapons. This is a heavenly Dao weapon. The moment Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu saw this battle sword, his eyes suddenly lit up. Precisely. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, this heavenly Dao weapon is too precious. If you take it out to sell, the price will be immeasurable. I can't accept it. Although Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu was extremely moved, he still shook his head. This was what Lu Ming obtained by risking his life. How could he accept it? Senior Heng Yu, accept it. I had a great harvest this time. I also have a heavenly Dao weapon for my own use. This battle sword, I have no use for it either. Lu Ming said. Indeed, his harvest this time was great. All kinds of resources, there was everything he could desire. There was no need to sell a heavenly Dao weapon at all. He did not lack resources. Throughout his journey, the Hung Yu Celestial Tharch had been of great help to him. Especially the Celestial Thearch's physical body. He had helped Lu Ming avert danger many times. It was only right to give a heavenly Dao soldier to the Hung Yu Celestial Tharch. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu hesitated for a bit and put it away. Lu Ming, whatever you need, feel free to say. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu said. Senior Hung Yu is too serious. Lu Ming hurriedly said. Heavenly Emperor Hung, you carefully sized up the battle sword in his hand. The The more he looked, the more he liked it. His face revealed a smile. His cultivation was at the 3-star Heavenly Emperor realm. With this Heavenly Tao weapon, his combat power would skyrocket. Even if he encountered a 4-star Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouse, as long as the other party did not have a Heavenly Tao weapon, he could contend. In fact, he could even borrow the Heavenly Tao contained in the Heavenly Tao weapon to let his cultivation take a step further, breaking through the bottleneck, breaking through to 4-star Heavenly Emperor, becoming a peerless powerhouse, a Heavenly Realm Empyrean level figure. This Heavenly Tao weapon was too useful to him. Only after a while did Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu put away the Heavenly Tao weapon. Then he chatted with Lu Ming for a while and left. He needed to refine the Heavenly Tao soldier as soon as possible so that he could unleash its power. After Heavenly Varch Hung Yu left, Lu Ming made another trip to the Primal Chaos Hall and gave the remaining Heaven Tao weapon, the Meteor Hammer, to 2E. 2E was naturally overjoyed when he obtained the Heavenly Tao weapon. Actually, the Primal Chaos Palace also had Heavenly Tao soldiers left behind. However, there were only 2 of them and they were not suitable for 2E to use. One was in the hands of Gold One, and the other was in the hands of Thunder One. The others had long been envious. Now that Earth One got one, he was naturally overjoyed. He was very grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. 2E and the others were completely under his command. The stronger they were, the better it would be for him. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. Then, a spear appeared in his hand. This spear was the Heavenly Tao weapon. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming erupted with all of his power. The power of his physical body, the power of the world, and the power of laws all erupted. The spear emitted a resplendent radiance as it swept out. The void instantly collapsed and shattered. Endless spatial storms howled. It was simply apocalyptic. Awesome, too awesome. After continuously brandishing it a few times, Lu Ming stopped. With his current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to unleash the power of the Heavenly Tao soldier. It was also impossible for him to stimulate the power of the Heavenly Tao inside. However, the material of the Heavenly Tao soldier was sturdy and indestructible. Once it was activated, it was heavier than a mountain. Lu Ming could completely unleash all of his power without any restraint. Previously, Lu Ming condensed the Infinity Dragon Spear with laws, and could not fully unleash Lu Ming's power. At the very least, he could not fully unleash the power of his physical body. Once there was a collision that was too strong, the Infinity Dragon Spear would collapse. Therefore, Lu Ming would simply use his fists to fight most of the time. That way, he could unleash his strength more. But now with this long spear, Lu Ming could unleash all of his power to his heart's content. Moreover, the long spear had more or less increased Lu Ming's combat strength by a few notches. On the handle of the long spear, there were 3 words: Great Spear of Desolation. Great Spear of Desolation. Accompany me in conquering the world. Lu Ming revealed a smile, and then put away the Great Spear of Desolation. After a while, I'll return to the Yuan realm to take a look. Lu Ming pondered. It had been many years since he entered the Heaven realm through the passageway of the Divine Wilderness Continent's 9 Dragons City. Now that his strength had improved rapidly, it was time to go back and take a look. Also, there were some debts that needed to be settled. For example, the Hung family, He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect in the Celestial City. The Mu family in the Divine Land. These people wanted to kill him in the past. It was time to settle the score. However, before Lu Ming returned, he planned to find Bubbles, Long Chun, Huangling, and the others. He now had too many resources in his hands and planned to give them some. This way, their cultivation speed would also increase. Lu Ming found a few acquaintances and asked them about Bubbles and the others. As he asked, he waited. At this moment, in a hall of the Lan family, the upper echelons of the Lan family and the Yen family were discussing matters. Lu Ming, you've gone too far. Lan Cheng, the Heavenly Emperor of the Lan family, let out a roar filled with endless killing intent. The other members of the Lan family were the same. However, while they were emitting killing intent, their eyes were also filled with fear. This was because they had already heard about the news of some great emperors of the Lan family being killed by Lu Ming in the Void Sacred Island. After all, there were many people who were still alive in the heaven realm. When those people came out, they passed the news to the Lan family. When the upper echelons of the Lan family heard this news, they were shocked. They immediately gathered the upper echelons and the heavenly emperor of the Yin family to discuss matters. Family head, what should we do now? Someone asked Lan Cheng. We must kill him. We can't let Lu Ming grow. Otherwise we'll all die. Lan Cheng said coldly. Fool. At this moment, an aged voice rang out, causing everyone's expression to change. In the next moment, a white-haired old man in coarse hemp clothes appeared in the hall. Everyone from the Lan family quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, old ancestor. The heavenly emperor of the Yin family also stood up and bowed. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign. Those above the 4-star heavenly emperor were known as heavenly sovereigns. The old ancestor of the Lan family swept his gaze across the crowd, and finally landed on Lan Cheng. Now you still want to kill Lu Ming? Old ancestor, Lu Ming has killed so many great emperors of the Lan family. How can we not kill him? If we let him continue like this, the Lan family will be in danger. Lan Cheng said. Oh, then tell me, how should we kill him? The old ancestor of the Lan family said. How? Lan Cheng was stunned. With Lu Ming's current strength, do you have the confidence to send great emperors? If great emperors are not confident, do you and I have to do it ourselves? If you and I do it, what if someone finds out? Won't the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming go crazy? Also, now that everyone in the heaven realm knows that Lu Ming has a feud with the Lan family, if Lu Ming is secretly killed, won't others suspect that we did it? I'm afraid that the heavenly emperors behind him will also come directly to the Lan family. The old ancestor of the Lan family said coldly. Chapter 2384. It's been so many years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. After not seeing it for so many years, Lu Ming discovered that Bubbles' cultivation was about to reach the peak of the true emperor realm. Among the younger generation of the heaven realm, there were probably not many who could match it. This cultivation speed was already very terrifying. Of course, it was still incomparable to Dandan. After all, Dandan was the world turtle from ancient times. Although Bubble was one of the top 10 war beasts, it was a newborn. Everything had to be comprehended by itself. I can't compare to brother Lu Ming. Bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and swayed back and forth. The Lan family and the Yin family are here. At this moment, a voice was heard. Many people looked in one direction. Over there, a group of people flew over. The leader was the Lan family's ancestor, a peerless expert. Behind the Lan family's ancestor was the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Cheng, and the Yin family's heavenly emperor. Behind them were some of the upper echelons of the two families. Almost all of the upper echelons of the Lan family and the Yin family had arrived. They landed on the square and walked towards Lu Ming. The Lan family's ancestor's face was full of smiles. He cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and said, "We're late. Please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming." "You're welcome," Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. "This old man won't talk too much. Today, I'm here to apologize to little brother Lu Ming. All these years, the Lan family has gone too far in some aspects and offended little brother Lu Ming. Please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming." The Lan family's ancestor cupped his fists. Even though they knew that the Lan family was going to apologize, many people were still stunned when they saw the Lan family's ancestor talking to Lu Ming in an amiable manner. They felt like they were in a dream. One had to know that the Lan family's ancestor was a peerless expert, a 4-star heavenly emperor. This kind of character was already standing at the peak of the world with shocking battle prowess. But now he was humbly apologizing to a junior. This was rare even since ancient times. However, Lu Ming did not want to accept the other party's apology so easily. "Oh, I would like to know, in what way did you offend me? Lan family head. Why don't you help me remember?" Lu Ming sneered and looked at Lan City. Lan Cheng's face turned ugly. However, he still tried his best to squeeze out a smile. He stepped forward and said, "The Lan clan has indeed offended little brother Lu Ming in some ways in the past. Please forgive us." "Forgive? You said it so casually. Let me ask you, what did you do to offend me? Tell me clearly." Can't you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Lan Cheng's anger soared to the sky. If any other junior dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have slapped them to death. But he didn't dare to do that to Lu Ming. He dared to bet that there were likely quite a few Heavenly Emperor characters in the vicinity. The moment he made a move, the one who would be smacked to death would be him. In the end, he could only suppress his anger and answer honestly. Back then, it was my Long clan's Heaven's Pride, Blue Cloud, who offended little brother Lu Ming. He repeatedly targeted little brother Lu Ming, resulting in a grudge between both sides. Lan Cheng answered honestly. What else? Lu Ming asked. Also back then, I was blinded by greed and coveted your indestructible ancient scripture. In the battlefield outside Two World City, I sent people to kill you. Lan Cheng clenched his teeth and spoke about this matter. He knew that the reason Lu Ming asked them to apologize in public was to make everything public. If he did not say it today, Lu Ming would definitely not let it go. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Back then, the Lan clan said that Lu Ming killed Heavenly World's experts in the True Emperor battlefield to obtain treasures. All of this was a false accusation. Everything was because Lan Cheng and the Yan clan's Heavenly Emperor coveted Lu Ming's indestructible ancient scripture and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Despicable, really despicable. So this is the face of the Lan clan. Despicable villain. We were all deceived by him. I already knew that Lu Ming would not do such a thing. Many people roared and glared at the Lan clan. Lan Cheng gritted his teeth, but now such a bitter fruit could only be swallowed by himself. Who asked him to offend a freak like Lu Ming? Lan clan has offended you, please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming. Yan clan has offended you, please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming. Lan Cheng and the Yan clan's Heavenly Emperor cupped their fists and bowed to Lu Ming. Little brother Lu Ming, this is a little gift from the Lan clan and Yan clan. Please accept it. Lan clan's old ancestor smiled and took out a storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the storage ring slowly flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and found that there were exactly 500 chaos stones inside. Remember, I won't offend people if they don't offend me. The past can be written off, but if you offend me again in the future, I will destroy your entire clan. Lu Ming kept the storage ring and turned to leave, no longer looking at the Lan clan and the Yan clan. Huangling, Long Chun brother Ouyang. How about we go for a drink? Today's harvest is not bad. Lu Ming looked at Long Chun, Huangling and the rest. My hair, drink, and drink to your heart's content. Unscrupulous monk was the first to shout. You monk, what are you drinking for? Huangli despised. Everyone laughed, and the group of young people left amidst the laughter. Lu Ming bought a large amount of wine and came to Lu Ming's residence. Lu Ming took out a lot of divine beast meat. Over the years, Lu Ming had hoarded a lot of divine beast meat, all of which were at least emperor grade. Everyone began to eat, and soon, the place was filled with the fragrance of meat. Everyone ate the meat and drank big bowls of wine, chatting about the interesting things they had encountered over the years. During this time, Lu Ming took out a large amount of resources and distributed them to everyone. For example, Supreme Grade Origin Stones, Primordial Stones, and Chaos Stones. Everyone began to refuse because they were too precious. But when Lu Ming took out a pile of them, they did not refuse and each of them took some. These resources could indeed greatly increase their cultivation speed. It was not until the evening of the second day that everyone dispersed. It's time to return to the primordial realm, Lu Ming whispered, and then found Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu to ask for the way back to the primordial realm. It was relatively easy to go to the primordial realm in the Grand Pure Sky domain, because there were many passageways. Two Realm City had such a passageway. Lu Ming came to a valley alone with Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu. Here there were powerhouses standing guard. In the valley, the space was extremely unstable. Spatial rifts constantly appeared, and one could clearly see that behind the spatial rifts was a void passageway. This passageway was not big, but it was enough to accommodate dozens of people passing through at the same time. Senior Heng Yu, take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then took a step out and entered the spatial rift. In a flash, Lu Ming arrived in the void passageway. Lu Ming stepped forward. It was as if he could see the endless void passing by him. No idea how long had passed. Light appeared in front. Lu Ming rushed out and discovered that he was standing high in the sky. Below was a boundless land. Chapter 2385. Lu Ming stood in the sky and looked around. Below him were vast mountains. According to what Senior Hung Yu said, this should be the Yuan Mountain land. I don't know where it is. I need to find a place with people and ask. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's figure moved. He broke through the space and shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. After a few minutes, Lu Ming saw a city. He went in and asked around. He found out that it was the north of the Yuan Mountain land. Lu Ming found a big force nearby, and used their teleportation formation to go to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, one of the 9 sacred grounds in the Yuan Mountain land. It did not take long for Lu Ming to return to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation formation outside the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, it immediately caused an uproar, and he was recognized by the people nearby. Lu Ming was too famous in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. In the past, Lu Ming joined forces with more than 10 big forces in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground to destroy the Feng Clan, Sky Wolf Tower, Golden Crow Clan, One Clan and other big forces. It caused the ancient Moon Sacred Ground to be reshuffled, and changed the structure of the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Lu Ming was known by everyone in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. However, Lu Ming disappeared after that. After so many years, Lu Ming's reappearance naturally caused a stir. Not long after, all the forces in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground knew that Lu Ming had returned. At this time, Lu Ming had arrived at the Great Pill Development Hall and met Uncle Kong. After so many years, Uncle Kong seemed to have aged and his face was filled with wrinkles. Uncle Kong's cultivation was most likely at the 2-star martial monarch realm, but according to him, he had been severely injured in the previous tribulation, which had damaged his foundation. As such, his strength was only slightly stronger than a 1-star martial monarch, but not by much. Otherwise, Great Emperor Tian Luo of the Daoyuo Heaven sect would not dare to be arrogant in front of Uncle Kong. Now, Uncle Kong was only a few years away from the next Heaven's tribulation. With his current state, he could not pass it. Palace Master, your cultivation. As soon as Uncle Kong saw Lu Ming, he could feel that Lu Ming was not ordinary. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the true Emperor realm, his qi and blood were extremely dense. He was like an ancient beast, giving off a terrifying aura. Even Uncle Kong could feel the immense pressure coming from it. This caused Uncle Kong to be extremely shocked, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier he would be. Uncle Kong, some time ago, I went to the Heaven realm and had a fortuitous encounter. I cultivated the archaic body cultivation, and my physical body is now equivalent to the Emperor realm. Lu Ming gave a simple explanation, and Uncle Kong became even more delighted. Uncle Kong, has the Mu clan come looking for trouble all these years? Lu Ming asked. Back then, a great emperor from the Mu clan had died here. He had always been afraid that the Mu clan would come looking for trouble. The Mu clan is here to seek revenge for the Mu clan's emperor, but a powerful force has interfered in the Divine Fate Land. The Mu clan has been wary of the Divine Fate Land for many years, so they haven't done anything yet. Uncle Kong explained. Lu Ming nodded and said, It's fine if the Mu clan doesn't come, but if they don't give up, I'll have to pay them a visit. With that, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he handed it over to Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong, this is for you. This is. Uncle Kong took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his eyes widened. Grand Dao Fragment. This is a Grand Dao Fragment. Palace Master, it's a waste to give such a treasure to an old man like me. You should keep it for yourself. Uncle Kong quickly handed the storage ring over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, Uncle Kong, take it. I have a lot of Grand Dao fragments, and it's enough for me to use. Uncle Kong wanted to return the Grand Dao fragment to Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's attitude was firm. In the end, Uncle Kong accepted the Grand Dao fragment. Lu Ming gave Uncle Kong a total of 18 Grand Dao fragments, enough for him to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor realm, or even the 4-star Great Emperor realm. As long as Uncle Kong's cultivation broke through, his injuries would naturally heal, and he would be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Next, Huang Xiaolong chatted with Uncle Kong for a while. The next day, Lu Ming went to meet some old friends. In the ancient moon's sacred ground, Lu Ming still had some friends, such as Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others. Their talents were limited, and they did not go to the heavenly world. Lu Ming stayed in the ancient moon's sacred ground for more than 10 days, and he talked about martial arts with these friends. With Lu Ming's current cultivation realm and understanding of the laws, Yi Dongfang and the others were unfathomable. Lu Ming's casual pointers were enough to enlighten them, and they benefited greatly. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming left some resources for Yi Dongfang and the others, and then bid farewell to Uncle Kong. He left the ancient moon's sacred ground and headed to Tsang State. The most important thing for him to do was to return to Tsang State and the divine wilderness, and then move his family and friends to a place of cultivation. A few days after Lu Ming returned to the ancient moon's sacred ground, the news spread to the Hung clan, and He clan in the Celestial City, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect in the ancient sun's sacred ground. The He clan and Hung clan were originally sworn enemies, but now, they had gathered to discuss matters. In a hall in the Hung clan, the great emperors of the He clan, Hung clan and Tianluo great emperor sat. Lu Ming has disappeared for many years. Now that he has reappeared, I'm afraid it's not good for us. The great emperor of the Hung clan said with a grave expression. Lu Ming can't become an emperor, so he's not afraid. However, he can control the heavenly emperor's body, which is indeed troublesome. Tianluo great emperor said. Back then, he had seen the power of the heavenly emperor's body. Even the 2-star great emperor of the Mu clan was killed. Then what should we do? Back then we wanted to kill him, and Lu Ming is our sworn enemy. He will definitely not let us go. The great emperor of the He clan said. The three of them had a grave expression, not knowing what to do at that moment. The three of them were 1-star great emperors, but Lu Ming could control the heavenly emperor's body and kill a 2-star great emperor. Even if they joined forces, it would still be dangerous. At this moment, someone outside reported that there was important news. The great emperor of the Hung clan asked the person to come in. Patriarch, young Master Xinghe is back. An old man came in and said excitedly, Xinghe is back. Quick, let him in. The great emperor of the Hung clan was overjoyed. Hung Xinghe had gone to the heaven domain for a few decades. Now that he had returned, the great emperor of the Hung clan was looking forward to it. The three of them went out to welcome him, and soon, they saw Xinghe. Xinghe stood alone with his hands behind his back, exuding a sense of superiority. The three great emperors are here. Great. Seeing the three great emperors, Hung Xinghe only nodded faintly, without the respect he had in the past. In the heaven domain, he had seen too many great emperors, including heavenly emperors. Naturally, he didn't have the same respect for great emperors. The three great emperors of the Hung clan didn't find it strange because when Lu Ming saw Xinghe, he was shocked. True emperor, Xinghe, you have broken through to the true emperor realm? The great emperor of the Hung clan said excitedly. Not long ago. Hung Xinghe nodded with a faint pride on his face. Great. Ha ha ha. The great emperor of the Hung clan laughed excitedly. On the side, the great emperors of the He clan and Tianluo great emperor were envious. Reaching the true emperor realm at such a young age, such talent was simply amazing. In the future he would definitely break through to the great emperor realm, or even higher. Chapter 2386. Xinghe, didn't I, Sun Sangqiong, come back with you? Tianluo great emperor asked with some anticipation. Since Xinghe had become a true emperor, his grandson, Luo Sangqiong, must have reached a higher realm. Luo Sangqiong is dead. Xinghe said faintly. What? Tianluo great emperor was shocked and his pupils shrank rapidly. In the next moment, his eyes turned red as he roared. Sangqiong is dead? How is that possible? How did he die? He was killed by Lu Ming. Xinghe said. He did not lie about this. Luo Sangqiong was indeed killed by Lu Ming in Alcade Ancient City. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming again. Tianluo great emperor roared. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with endless murderous intent. Lu Ming. Two of his Daoyuo Heaven sect's geniuses had died in the hands of Lu Ming. Back then he was also injured because of Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Tianluo Great Emperor roared in his heart. Of course, he did not care why Luo Zongqiong and the others died in the hands of Lu Ming. Today, all of you are gathered here because of Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming has also returned to the Yuan realm, right? Xinghe continued. Returned to the Yuan realm? What do you mean? Did Lu Ming also go to the heaven realm? Great Emperor Heng's expression changed. That's right. Xinghe nodded. How is that possible? Didn't they say that Lu Ming can't become an emperor and go to the heaven realm? How did he go there? Great Emperor Heng, Great Emperor He, and the others were extremely surprised. I don't know how he went to the heaven realm, but he did go there. Otherwise, how could Luo Zongqiong die in his hands? Moreover, Lu Ming has already become an emperor in the heaven realm. Xinghe said with a gloomy face. What? Lu Ming has become an emperor? How is that possible? He has mastered many different supreme laws at the same time. Even the heavenly emperor said that he can't become an emperor. How did he become an emperor? The three heavenly emperors exclaimed in shock. Not only did he become an emperor, but Lu Ming's strength is also an emperor now. Xinghe said. Hiss, this time the Heng clan, He clan, and Tianluo Great Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't be more shocked. Not only had Lu Ming become an emperor, but he could also fight with a great emperor. What kind of freak was this? They could not calm? What now? Great and the others, and they become anxious. They become them great they. Emperor Ming return? They became more anxious. Emperor become an. Xinghe had been hiding emperor. Hiding. For example, Lu Ming's combat strength. Recently, there were rumors that Lu Ming's combat strength was enough to kill a 4-star Great Emperor. Heng Xinghe did not say it out loud as he was afraid it would frighten Great Emperor Heng and the others. Lu Ming is too overpowered. If we allow him to grow, we will be the ones to die in the future. So we have to get rid of him before he becomes too strong. Xinghe's eyes shone with a cold light. Get rid of him? How? Lu Ming's combat strength is comparable to a great emperor, and he has the body of a heavenly emperor. How can we get rid of him with our strength? Great Emperor Heng said anxiously. Great Emperor He and Great Emperor Tianluo were the same. All of them wanted to kill Lu Ming, but given their abilities, they could not do so at all. We can find help. Isn't Lu Ming and the Mu clan in the God's Fate land sworn enemies? We can borrow the strength of the Mu clan to get rid of Lu Ming. Xinghe River. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. The Mu clan sent a great emperor to the ancient moon sacred ground to kill him, but he was killed by Lu Ming with the body of a heavenly emperor. Mu Yang, the peerless genius of the Mu clan, also died in Lu Ming's hands. The Mu clan probably wants to get rid of Lu Ming more than us. We can contact the Mu clan, and they will definitely help us. Great Emperor Tianluo said excitedly. Luo Zongqiong died in the hands of Lu Ming. Great Emperor Tianluo's desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. Does Lu Ming have any backing in the heaven domain? Will there be any trouble after we kill him? Great Emperor Heng was more careful. Don't worry. I have a master in the heaven domain. He's a heavenly emperor expert. Although it's not convenient for him to do anything, he will help us deal with the aftermath. Nothing will happen. Xinghe River. What? Xinghe, you have a heavenly emperor as your master? Good. Haha. Great Emperor Heng laughed excitedly. Great Emperor He clan and Great Emperor Tianluo could only be envious. Since Xinghe's master was a heavenly emperor, they were more confident. They began to make preparations to contact the Mu clan to discuss how to kill Lu Ming. That night, Xinghe came to a secret place in Celestial City to meet an old man. This old man was Xinghe's master, a heavenly emperor expert. In the heaven domain, this old man was known as the 9-demon heavenly emperor. Is it done? The 9-demon heavenly emperor asked. It's done. The great emperors of the Heng clan, He clan and Daoyuo heaven sect will join forces with the Mu clan to kill Lu Ming. Xinghe River. That's good. The 9-demon heavenly emperor nodded with satisfaction. Master, Lu Ming's performance in the Void Divine Island is amazing. With his current strength, even with the Mu clan, it won't be easy to kill Lu Ming. Xinghe River. I don't intend to let them kill Lu Ming. I just want them to test whether Lu Ming has a heavenly emperor by his side. If he doesn't, I will kill him myself. The nine-demon heavenly emperor said with a cold light in his eyes. Master, there are more than a dozen heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. Even if we kill him, those heavenly emperors won't let us go. And the Hung clan, I'm afraid they will be destroyed, Xinghe said with some hesitation. Stupid. You are still soft-hearted. How can there be no sacrifice if you want to achieve great things? Every man for himself. Is the Hung clan more important or your own future more important? The nine-demon heavenly emperor scolded. Xinghe's face changed and showed a trace of ruthlessness. He said, Master, I understand. Yes, it's inevitable to make some sacrifices in order to achieve great things. Lu Ming has great luck. I'm afraid he must have encountered countless fortuitous encounters along the way. As long as I kill him and obtain his fortuitous encounters, I'll extract the indestructible ancient sutra from his soul. By then, we can find a place to hide. Who would be able to find us? We will hide and cultivate. Regardless of the evil god tribe and the heaven realm fighting to the death, as long as we achieve great success in our divine skill, we will have invincible strength. At that time, no matter who is in charge of this world, there will be a place for us. The nine-demon heavenly emperor said as the cold light in his eyes became more intense. Master, I will listen to all your orders. Xinghe's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Ming, all your fortuitous encounters will belong to me. Chapter 2387. A few days later, Great Emperor Hung, Great Emperor Tian Luo, and the rest contacted the Mu clan. However, the Mu clan was more cautious. They planned to invite assassins from the Death God Nation to assassinate Lu Ming. Great Emperor Hung, Great Emperor Tian Luo, and the rest were overjoyed. With the help of the Death God Nation, it would save them a lot of trouble. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of all this. He stayed in the ancient moon's sacred ground for more than 10 days before heading to Tsang State. With his speed, he soon arrived at Tsang State. Tsang State was now under the control of Dragon God Valley. It was a thriving place. Lu Ming flew directly to Dragon God Valley. At this moment, Dragon God Valley was having a meeting. At the peak of a mountain, there was an empty square. In the middle of the square, there was a battle stage. Two figures were fighting fiercely on it. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize one of the figures on the battle stage. It was Fatty Kongjin, and the other person was Lu Ming's senior brother, Tian Chui. Both of their attacks were direct, using the method of meeting force with force. Boom, boom. One of them held a battle axe, while the other held a giant hammer. They constantly attacked and unleashed terrifying energy. After so many years, Kongjin's cultivation had improved greatly. He had already broken through to the Great Saint Realm. However, Tian Chui was naturally stronger than Kongjin. He seemed to be at ease as he completely suppressed Kongjin. There were many people sitting at the side of the battle stage. Lu Ming's master, Cloud Dragon Valley Master. There were also Xiao Wan, Supreme Nine Sons, Yen Kuangtu, and the others from Divine Wilderness Continent. Dragon God Valley had sent people to Divine Wilderness Continent. The two places had been connected. Kongjin and Tian Chui exchanged dozens of blows. Kongjin was completely suppressed. In the end, Tian Chui's hammer smashed him until he rolled on the ground. His fat jiggled nonstop. I'm done. I'm no match for you. Let's fight again later. Kongjin shouted. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Ah. Tian Chui laughed. You've been cultivating in Yuanlu since you were young. It's normal for your cultivation to be stronger than mine. Kongjin curled his lips. Haha, fatty, did you get beaten up? At this moment, a clear and bright laughter came from the sky. Hearing this laughter, the fatty's eyes widened. Then he was overjoyed and shouted, Lu Ming, haha, it's you, Lu Ming. Where have you been all these years? At the same time, the eyes of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others around the battle stage lit up as they looked towards the sky. There was no one in the sky. But in the next moment, a figure flashed. Lu Ming's figure appeared out of thin air. No one saw clearly how Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Many people were overjoyed and rose into the air one after another. Master, Senior Xie, Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yin. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to everyone. Lu Ming, where did you run off to? You've been gone for over 20 years, and there's not even a shadow of you. Kong Jin pursed his lips and walked over to give Lu Ming a punch. I went to the heavenly realm, and now I'm back to see you all. Lu Ming smiled. Heavenly realm? Kong Jin's eyes lit up and said, You actually went to the heavenly realm. How is it? Are there many experts in the heavenly realm? Of course, there are many experts. Martial emperors are everywhere. Lu Ming said. Everyone looked forward to it. Ming-er, how's your cultivation? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Many people also looked at Lu Ming. They had all heard rumors that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor. Master, don't worry. I've already become a martial emperor, Lu Ming said with a smile. Great. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were also overjoyed. The scene was filled with joy. By the way, where are my parents? Are they still in the Divine Wilderness continent? Lu Ming asked. No, they came to the Yuan continent. I don't know why, but the passage in Nine Dragons City suddenly collapsed. The origin chi in the Divine Wilderness continent has become thin again. Now, many people from the Dragon Alliance have come to the Yuan continent to cultivate. Xiao Wan explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was within his expectations. Then the news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread. The Dragon God Valley was bustling with noise and excitement. The people from the Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance also gathered. Not long after, Lu Ming met his parents and some other acquaintances. I'm back this time to bring you all to another place with better conditions to cultivate. It was still the same square, but this time, countless people gathered. Lu Ming stood at the highest point and said, Another place? Ming, or where do you plan to go? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Celestial City, the leader of the 9 great sacred lands in the Yuan Mountain Land. Lu Ming said word by word. The cultivation environment in the Tsang state was still too bad. This time, Lu Ming came back to move the base to the Celestial City. Lu Ming would get rid of the Hung family and He family in the Celestial City to settle the people from the Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance. Celestial City. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up. Such a sacred land was simply unimaginable for them. Lu Ming could actually bring them to the Celestial City? Now everyone can enter my small world first. After Lu Ming finished speaking, a small world appeared in his dantian. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the resplendent World Divine Light. World Divine Light, True Emperor Realm. This is a true emperor. The legendary True Emperor. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. Especially Lu Ming's father Lu Yuntian and mother Li Ping. They were even more overjoyed. The higher Lu Ming's achievements were, the happier they would be. For the people of the Tsang state or Divine Wilderness continent, the Void Emperor was a supreme existence, not to mention a true emperor. In the past, they had never even heard of it. The small world became bigger and bigger, finally reaching 100 miles in size, covering the sky above the square. Go in. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xiao Wan, and the others rushed into Lu Ming's small world. Behind them, Lu Ming's parents and the others also rushed in one after another. One by one, the figures dashed into Lu Ming's small world and disappeared. Not long after, there were hundreds of thousands of people who entered Lu Ming's small world. When everyone entered Lu Ming's small world, it shrank and flew back into Lu Ming's dantian. Lu Ming's soul force condensed in the small world. It was no different from a real person. Such rich origin chi. The origin chi here is richer than in the Tsang state. This is Lu Ming's small world, right? It's really vast. Everyone carefully sized it up and flew around curiously. Lu Ming's small world was 700,000 miles wide. Although it was considered small compared to the outside world, and was not worth mentioning, a few 100,000 miles was more than enough for one to cultivate here. When Lu Ming led the crowd to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, everyone was shocked. Because here, their cultivation speed increased crazily. Some people gained enlightenment on the spot and broke through.